#1 global network. This is Diaspora TV, your #1 global network.
For our leader of opposition to sit down, and then let's have a prayer. Father, in the name of Jesus, we came here today, Lord, because of our country in Uganda, because of what is going on in our Africa. Jehovah, thank you for this convention. I want to put our principal, kite him, bless him, and the Ugandans, oh Lord. Thank you for the leader of opposition, members of parliament, and secretariat. They have done a lot of work, oh God, until they are here today with us. I want to thank all the chapters. Father, thank you for our leader, Dr. Kauma, and the entire team that they have worked tirelessly to see this convention happen. Father, because we call you, we are asking you to be with us. Oh Lord, we don't forget those people who are suffering in Uganda, that we are together with them, oh Lord. Father, we want you to open. And Father, because of the Chunda, that he has continued killing the children of Uganda. Father, the women are widows. Father, even the fathers. Father, we want you to help us, oh God. Hear our prayers. As our neighbors of Uganda, we are standing with our people in Uganda. We are standing so that, Lord, you can hear our prayers. Father, I want to pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you so much, Mama Selina. She's our sister from Kenya. She's always here representing. So let's give her a big round of applause. So we're now going to have our anthems. Isaac, if you can, we'll start with the U.S. anthem. If we can stand up.
Struggle is over, we shall wear the victor's crown. We shall wear the victor's crown. We shall wear the victor's crown. When the struggle is over, we shall wear the victor's crown in the new Uganda. People power.
Now I'd like to ask Comrade Waiswa to introduce our delegates from Uganda.
People power, our power, NUP. God is good all the time. I am extremely privileged this afternoon to be before you, honorable comrades in the struggle. We are seated here this afternoon to once again think, plan, organize, build capacity, interact towards one goal: liberating our motherland, Uganda. Therefore, all of you who are here, who have taken off your very prestigious time here in the diaspora, it's not like back home. Everybody works in accordance to time. So you taking off all this time to come and deliberate about your country, it is a plus enough for the people back home. You inspire us, you implore us to do more, because you are also with us, and we can never take that for granted. We want to specifically thank those that are not Ugandans, but have understood the plight of humanity back home and have joined this struggle. Our promise to you, I will get opportunity in the coming hours, and our promise to you, those of you who are not on the front line back home, for us who are on the front line, we are steadfast, we are sure, and we can assure you we will not relent until what we have asked ourselves to do comes to reality. Nothing, not death, not imprisonment, not torture, not blackmail will stop this uprising that we started in 2017. Nothing will stop it. And let's keep united, let's keep focused. The sky is the limit, and I believe we shall reach the new Uganda we are all yearning to have. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Alex Waiswa. I'm the deputy spokesperson of the National Unity Platform and the People Power Movement, and I am very humbled to be in the United States for the first time. I did a post yesterday that it was my dream to see the White House physically, and I have now gone there twice. So I am still counting how many times I should go there, because I believe I might have a free glimpse of the president himself. But it is a great feeling, and we are geared up for this conference. I want to introduce the people who are here with us in this hall right now. Amidst us is the party treasurer, Comrade Benjamin Katana. He does a lot of work. He's not only our party treasurer, but he's also our legal brain. You know, we are the most persecuted political party in the history of Uganda. But those young men have gone pro bono services to make sure that those in the line of the struggle get the legal representation that we deserve. Thank you very much, Benjamin. You have led a credible team. My duty now is to introduce those who are here with us, but as you know, the president is in the building. He's only engaged with a few engagements, but he is following whatever is going on. I want to embrace and tell you that Honorable Naukeda Hanifa of Mukono District, who represents us, she represents us as a woman MP in Mukono District. She's here with us. You're most welcome, Honorable Hanifa Naukeda. We have Honorable Kaya Christine Chiboga. She defeated somebody who thought that she was undefeatable. But with all the maje For her, she used people power and her strength to rally support in Chiboga. And we won the whole of Chiboga because of her leadership. Thank you very much, Madam Kaya Christine. Nabukera may say, you see why Iso has not said that one all Mukono. Even Mukono, we took all of it. Thank you for the leadership, Honorable Nabukera. We have Honorable Katabazi Francis Mutanzige. I believe he will be joining us shortly, but to the benefit of the leader of opposition, it is important that he notes that Honorable Katabazi is with us. And as you witnessed, Mr. Lope, he still has the abilities on the playing field. I want to introduce finally, in this room, the presence of our leader of opposition, and most importantly, our deputy president. The Right Honorable Matthias Impuga. And because of time, he is having a tight schedule. He has a flight to Canada, where he's also going to interface with issues of Ugandans. But we want to thank him that he did not take this conference for granted. He still found time to come and be part of us, despite the other side being also a matter of national importance. We thank you for giving us this time. And without any further ado, Mr. Deputy President, please, you're welcome to come and address the congregation henceforth. Thank you very much. We are sorry for breaking a little bit of the protocols, but after his presentation, we shall get back to the wholesome state of the protocols. I thank you. God bless you, and let's be together for this. Thank you.
Much appreciated, Comrade Waiswa Mufumbiro, the Deputy Party Spokesperson, the Chairperson of our convention and platform in the US, Dr. Kauma and your team, our friends, especially the friends of the People Power Movement, Prof here, with him yesterday, educating us on very critical issues. The leadership of NUP in the People Power Movement in the US and beyond. To you, comrades, members of Parliament, I'll end with you. I'll be very brief this afternoon. First of all, I bring you greetings from the President, who asked me to open this afternoon session because of his schedule. I am sure you'll be with him a lot more in the coming hours and the 2 days ahead of us. The Doctor and your team, I want to appreciate you for organizing this year's convention in DC. If you asked me, the most difficult people to organize are adults. You can organize 100 school children, but not 100 adults into an activity. And especially in an event that is as strenuous as politics. So I want to applaud you, comrades here in this room and outside, for the immense sacrifice you have made to be a part of this convention. And whatever you do to sustain the pressure and the motivation and what brings us together, which is rekindling the spirit that was born at the making of Uganda more than 60 years ago. For you to accept being a part of this is a huge sacrifice, to which some of us appreciate immensely. And I want to bring you greetings from Parliament and the team in Parliament that does a very onerous job on a daily basis. You know, I was sharing with colleagues earlier yesterday that just waking up every day as a Ugandan is burden enough. Just wake up as a Ugandan is a huge obligation on your shoulders. It's enough stress for you every day waking up and be reminded that you're actually Ugandan, that you must face an armed tyrant every day without direction, but unable to move or even offer promise and hope that home will be better. Being in the diaspora where you are today, and where you thrive and make effort for a better Uganda is no mean feat. The challenges of being on a foreign land are challenges that really are of huge, a huge calling. The demands home are immense. But the time you spare, the resources you sacrifice, the energy and motivation you give us are the reason why you wake up every day believing and hoping that tomorrow is going to be better. I want to thank you most sincerely, comrades in the diaspora. And to Doctor and your team, for you to be able to come out and say, hey, we're not only interested in what's going on home, but we're going to even offer leadership on the same, is even a huge sacrifice. I want to thank you, all of you from the different chapters you are coming from, for making that sacrifice. That's what you owe the country called home. And I want to implore you never to give up. I was asked by the committee to speak about the youth, organizing the youth into leadership in their country and their spaces they occupy. It's a very huge subject. It's wide, and it has no borders. I'm very sure if any one of you were given a microphone to speak about the same, you can speak about the youth until the cows come home. But I want to utilize less than 15 minutes to say the following. The President tasked me with the duty to be in Edmonton to cross a meeting, a gathering of Ugandans. Edmonton has over 7,000 Ugandans. And across the whole week, they have had cultural festivities. And majority of them are people power supporters. So I am going there to close their ceremonies that tomorrow. And with your permission, I will convey your greetings, comrades, to them and encourage them to keep the fire burning. But before I take leave, allow me to say the following. First of all, I don't have the statistics about the demographic composition of, say, the United States or America. But in Uganda, the youth are anywhere between 67 to 75% of the population. Probably, to put it more aptly, the younger people below 30 years constitute that percentage. And they're the biggest dividend of the people power movement. They're the biggest asset of the people power movement. The young people, in fact, I prefer calling them young people than calling them the youth. Because calling them youth could make them believe that they have a lot of time to behave like really little ones. And being young does not make you small. The young people in Uganda are the biggest demographic dividend the people movement draws from. And part of the reason is because they are inspired by our president. The president inspired so many younger people to be interested in their country, in its politics, and its progress, which is why we look at them as our biggest resource. Even without any penny at our disposal, but with these younger people, it's more than money, because they are interested. But mark this, they are diverse. We have the educated, the uneducated, the half-educated, the unemployed, the disguisingly employed, the desperate, the hopeful, and the hopeless. All those are categorizations you can think of. of the young people back home. So any leader wishing to influence the young people must bear in mind this diversity and therefore think through it accordingly to be able to help them and turn them into a resource from which we can draw energy and encouragement. Across time, the youth have been mobilized by our movement. You know, 3 things we must do if you're going to really help and make use of the young people. 1, you must mobilize them from wherever they are. And mobilization has so many facets. It can be by motivation, by inspiration, like the president does, or just deliberate. But when you mobilize them, you also must do 2 other things. 1, you must orient them. Orientation means you must be able to feed them with the right category of knowledge and information so that they are useful. Because the 3rd stage after orientation is deployment. So you must be able to orient them such that at deployment, you are deploying people who are well oriented, who are well exposed on the ethos of the movement, on the dreams of the country you want them to sacrifice for, on the aspirations and dreams of their forebearers that lived before us at the making of Uganda more than 60 years ago. When you do that, they'll be able to appreciate you. But if you deploy them before orientation, you're asking them to go out there and do as they choose. And that's very dangerous. So the young people must be mobilized, oriented, and deployed. If you don't deploy them, they'll deploy themselves. So you end up with square pegs in round holes. So through the process of orientation, you're able to monitor, sieve, pick this variety of skills at your disposal. Because they are multi-talented, they are multi-skilled. So during orientation, you are able to pick and know which young people are able to do what for you, for a purpose. It's not orientation and deployment for the sake of it. You pick skills, you leverage on the skills. You will know, for example, that when you deploy young people purposefully, it is purposeful deployment because you have gone through orientation and you know what they can do. In our yesteryears, when I was a young Democrat, I have seen former young Democrats in this room. That's how they used to do it before DP assumed a yellow handle. What did I say? So, Comrade Nachijova knows so well how it used to be done. So deployment was purposeful. You'd be deployed according to your skills, and it was helpful. No collision because it is purposeful. Anyway, we know your strengths, we know your weaknesses, and we monitor you according to what we have observed of you. And therefore, our expectations are anchored on what we have known of you and your capacity. That's part of the huge duty that we have for the young people of our times. They are the majority, overwhelmingly and scaringly interested in matters of governance in their country. They are very keen, but they must be fed with the right skills. The yesteryears were years of harvesting from the Industrial Revolution. Our times are troubled times of technological stroke ICT revolution. So what do you do with the younger people? that are growing up for orientation and deployment in the technological era. So you must pick the right set of skills to empower them to communicate appropriately and effectively. I am not a communication expert, but communication experts will tell you what it means to communicate appropriately and effectively. If communication is not appropriate and it's not effective, it becomes noise. Who has time for noise? People do not really surrender their precious time for noise. People listen to filtered information. Now the danger for me and you comrades that are in this space, in these troubled times, is how do you choose the right information to give the young people? Take a small example. Wherever there is a vacuum in communication from the people power stroke NUP enclaves, the younger people are oriented by bloggers. You understand? So they feed them whatever they pick. From whichever garbage skip they pick and feed them. Because that's what is available for them to pick. Then the question is, do we have a deliberate program to pick, to sieve, to deploy information for the younger people that we are breeding in a technological stroke information age so that they are very useful to what we need? Because communication today makes and breaks. So if you want to be effective, useful, and forceful in how you communicate, you must choose what you want to communicate and for what purpose. So this is the kind of onerous duty that we owe the younger people. As we pick, we train, and deploy them. We must capacitate them. We must empower them to have junctions or moments of asking questions. The times have gone when you could feed the younger people with whatever you want. The young people of our times listen but also ask questions, including very tough questions. And we must be willing to answer. No leader can lead the younger people with vagueness. The question of the day, are we prepared to face them and respond to their endless questions with firmness and finality, with truthfulness? When you're vague and you're involved in double talk, they can see through. One of the biggest assets at our disposal is the availability of information. So if it is your duty as the LOP to give the young people information, the questions are, have you understood the fact that you do not have monopoly over information? Are you aware that your lies can be double-checked? Are you aware that your lies could be, your information will be impeached for reliability, for truthfulness, and dependability? Those are the younger people. They question your wisdom, they question your direction, they question your intentions, they question your motivation. So we must be prepared to carry them with us in these struggles, aware of their nature. I prefer to speak about the nature of young people and their operational environment, that we can understand what is around us so that we don't make mistakes, believing that we can carry them through whatever we want to do without being able to respond to their questions. However, mark these two junctions. Young people are like dogs. Even a trained dog needs to be followed up. Even a dog deployed on a mission is supposed to be followed up. Because without follow-up, they can be fatal. Their actions can be fatal. So whoever deploys them for a purpose must follow up and see whether they're actually doing what you agreed on to do. because they have the propensity for digression is very high. I don't know whether it is the average propensity or marginal propensity, but they are easily divertible over very, very small mundane things. So they need to be followed up. 2, they are young people that require also tough love. They need tough love. If we babysit them and consider them babies over time, huge mistake. While we speak to them about what matters, we ask sometimes to be tough on them to see the bigger picture. And because they have been brought up in times of dishonesty, insincerity, theft, runaway corruption, it's very easy for them to believe that that's the sine qua non of their time. So how do you summon a capacity to say, hey, I know you know this, but it's stupid for you to believe that that's the way life is led? So while we do whatever we do with them, a minimum level of tough love is desired for us to be able to bring up purposeful, useful, and effectual young people. They are around us. If you invited them and made a head count, my generation and those slightly below me are the minority. We are a very huge minority, so to say. And therefore, if you are the minority and you intend to influence the majority, you must behave yourself in a particular manner that will motivate the majority to believe in the minority. On another day, I would speak about the youth until the cows come home. For a long time, I led the youth, and when I met a group of 10, for 5 minutes, I would tell that they're telling lies. Just looking at their demeanor and what they say, I can tell their direction. Doctor, the team from Uganda, all these members of parliament will tell you that their biggest headache in their communities are young people. They're such a positive headache because their elders gave up. They gave up. So they're a positive headache for us to have. And all debate, man of conversation about them should be around how do we motivate them to do the right thing, to keep doing it, not to give up on it, drum it through their time, and leave it. May God bless you. People power. Our power. Thank you so much.
People power. Our power. We're going to take 3 questions in relation to his presentation, and I want to choose those hands very quickly. It means you've understood.
A comment?
Or a comment. It can be a question, a clarity, a comment. One, another one. Another hand. Yes, 2 and 3. Please come over quickly. Or you can speak from there. Do we have a microphone around there that can be passed on? Yes. Thank you.
And please, let's try to be very brief with the questions because we are really running behind schedule. So just keep the question very short. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dr. Fatu Karama. I'm a Sierra Leonean, but I am a believer in the People Power Movement and the NUP. My question to you is, with everything going on in Uganda, I was wondering how you guys are trying to put the youth, the young people together so they will be able to come to the streets, because we have been working hard in the diaspora. So we are waiting for that day that they will come to the street and bring an end to this dictatorship. So please advise. Thank you.
Very poignant observation. Let me facilitate all the questions, probably they are related.
Yeah, thank you so much, our leader of opposition. I have actually listened to you when you are talking about the youth, and I do agree with you 100% that when it comes to the struggle, I would say I think they are the most diverted people, that even if there is something going on that puts the dictator down, they will divert themselves and go somewhere. I'll give an example. That recently when our president traveled to US to launch his move in New Jersey, there was also the daughter of the junta back home, she was also launching things he mentioned that her dad or her father has done for Ugandans. And then immediately, I think people, you know, there is a singer called the Alien Skin. All of a sudden, things come in and they diverted, they start, you know. So, since you know this, what is your arrangement, and other members of parliament that are here, what are you planning to make sure that we keep these youth busy and on issues? Thank you.
Thank you.
Who was the third person?
The gentleman across. No, he's up there, behind. Oh.
Okay, only 3 questions.
Let me take this opportunity to say thank you very much, Leader of Opposition. And my question is so simple. You've talked about the youths and the way they are hard to handle. And you talked about how media is diverting them. But sometimes I'm seeing that you give them opportunity to have chances to ask you questions or to question what you're doing. For example, today we're seeing that DP and UPC are part of the opposition in Uganda. But we've never had you come up say, we are not working with UPC, UPC should have where to sit. But you dialogue with them, yet they are the vice presidents, they are the ministers. So such things make youths to raise up a lot of questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Very, very deep questions and insights. My sister from Sierra Leone, thank you for the interest. Africa is one huge you. How do we get the youth to really live up to the promise of their time? On another day, I would have shared with you what it takes. I know probably you have an idea to get the youth to where you want them to go. But I will say this, we should never, for some of you who know how grasshoppers are caught, you do not lead the youth the way we catch grasshoppers. Throw a stone in the bush, and then they jump out, and you have no net. They simply go. If the whole youth movement is going to be effectual and consequential, it moves with organization. Back home, what we have embarked on is to have the people power movement more structured and more organized. Once you do that, there will be linear communication. Top, bottom, or bottom, up. When communication is linear, questions are answered without vagueness. Issues are responded to with clarity. Challenges are handled with fairness and with genuineness. Because the people power movement sprang from the frustration of the politics of the day. There was not enough time to build enduring structures, to incubate it and midwife it. It's an ongoing job. It's not an endless job. It's we play as we organize. It will come to fruition. That I can assure you. Probably comrades that have more time, like the spokesperson will share with you, Comrade Joel, what is at stake and what we are doing to make sure that we are not a scattered movement, that not everybody will come and speak for us. No, that's the job ongoing, that we have clarity. So I answer to that question. Comrade is asking, what are you doing to make sure that the youth are not diverted? That question should have been asked in third person plural, not first person singular. When you ask what, you should have asked, what can we do? We are here for a dialogue. What should be done? I don't have an answer 1 + 2 = 3. So we should evolve instead a framework from this room and beyond. Respond to the needs of the youth and make sure that there's no digression of their effort and our effort. That all of us feed in the same basket. There's no single answer that we should do this. But part of the answer is my communication I gave in my preambles, namely that the youth needs to be well organized, oriented, and deployed. If you do not deploy, if you don't orient and deploy, they will do self-orientation and do self-deployment. And they'll not be answerable to you. They'll ask you, is it you who selected me? Is it you who sent me here? It's my job. I'm doing it on my own. You understand? So they'll remind you that actually you do not own them. But as long as you confess that you are for the People Power Movement, you're for NUP, then you must live by the code. That's the essence of mobilization, orientation, and deployment. Those linear activities must move in sync if you're going to avoid diversion and digression. Then my brother, part of what is disturbing the youth is that we are not helping matters. We sit with the UPC and the DP. In our space, I'll speak for the parliamentary space. For instance, it is inevitable if you are going to be consequential as a political group for you to speak to your enemy. Your enemy, speaking to them is not an act of surrender. No way. And leaders should really know that you're not going to run away from your enemy. As long as you are a leader like in my space, it's inevitable. Unless you're a demagogue. But if you're genuine, I must find out what motivates a UPC working with the NRM. Why, for example, we have very good UPC and DP MPs that are working with us. In my shadow cabinet, my shadow minister for defense is the Honorable Jonathan Odul, a UPC member from Erute South, very, very brilliant young man, very committed. He's UPC. So progressively, I can only work with him as long as he's willing to work with me. Same thing with DP. I think we should take people for what they are. And we know we have had the UPCs and DPs denounce the activities of some of their leaders. I have had meetings with DP MPs denouncing Mao and his activities. Should I hold them for what Mao did? I don't think that should be the space of a leader. If today I met my president at Magere and NRM people came to visit him, probably to make confessions or surrender, should I hold the president and say, why did you speak to NRM? We want to lead the country from Chisolo to Zombo, not from Magere to Masaka. And in that space, we have friends and people who are not friends. It's our job to make sure that those people see the folly of their activities and join the liberation for a new Uganda. That's what I can say in the circumstances, comrade. I hope I've answered some of your questions. If I haven't, I pray that the comrades coming after me will probably try to respond. And I want to ask of you kindly to allow me to take leave. I'll miss the subsequent sessions, but I promise, Doctor, on another day, a good life, we would meet and pray that we meet in Canada next month. God bless you.
We are in America. I'm yet to know whether my Lusoga works. Ayo mukulu mubongero obugalo. Ebigambo bisobola okufulumira mu zindaalo kale kitegeeza olusoga lwonna lusobola okwogerera eno e Bulaaya. Thank you very much, our Deputy President and our Leader of Opposition, for your presentation. I will ask Honorable Katabaz to walk you out. Please escort the Deputy President. They all come from Masaka, so I have authority to order them do the same. Thank you very much. Without wasting any further time, I am going to take this segment for about 10 minutes or 15 to speak about something core, and that is the relationship between the diaspora and the people back home on the front line. That is the foot soldiers. She has ably asked a question of what is being done to rally the young people to the streets. What we need to do is to build capacity. We have identified the problem, and that problem that we have identified, we are cognizant of all the challenges, but then we must build the capacity. And to us, who are doing whatever we can to build that capacity, it cannot be done in isolation of your existence. Because fundamentally, you have been the #1 financiers of struggle. And I want to thank you for that. You have done this to the amazement of us, but also to the shock of the dictator. Every time we travel to where you are, you know what is castigated back home. That we are here to merry-make, but not only to merry-make, that we are being funded by the Western powers. And that is not true. NUP is not funded by any Western power. And no Western power has even influenced the ideology of removing Museveni to us. We are the ones selling the idea to estoppel the West from funding the dictator. Because I can tell you who are in the room that without the billions, USA gives 1 billion shillings to Uganda per year. And this comes in terms of amare, in terms of tear gas, in terms of whatever, and this money is unaccounted for. But the president has unequivocally told us that these monies that are given to General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, it has no accountability. He uses it as he wishes. You had political parties receiving money to stop a war that will never be stopped. Nobody will stop this, nobody. And that is a fact, because we are yearning for change, and change is a fact of life. So we cannot run away from the fact of life. And we are the change we have been badly needing. We are the change for us who are here. And it is important that your capacity, your inspiration and aspirations to have Uganda liberated must not be bogged down, and that is the underlining word, must not be bogged down by ineptness of our foot soldiers or us who are back home. We must work together, both those who are in the diaspora and those who are back home. But then we have had the challenge, and I speak this as one of the leaders of the foot soldiers, but as also a person who has been on the front line, on ground. What should be our interaction? What should be our limitations? Because it is dangerous. And you command back home for war. A good general must be on ground. I know many of you are good generals, but we must have some alignment. To have this work, there must be alignment. Because for us, we have the demography, we know the terrain under which we are operating. And that terrain, you can be best advised by us who are on the front line and have liability of public trust. There are challenges we have faced as the Secretariat. People get involved in activities not sanctioned by us, but of course for us we support anything that is pro-change. That has been our stand. Anything that will remove Museveni will have the backing of the National Unity Platform, in whatever form it comes. But that does not mean for us we are up to something. And what we are up to is what we are organizing and building capacity for. So it is important that we don't break the chain of the capacity that we are building. Ladies and gentlemen, I am speaking with clarity. It is dangerous if we break the capacity we are building. If you mislead a foot soldier to an activity that later deprives us of his availability for the cause of the real struggle, and sometimes the people back home, because of you not being in touch with all of us, use the window of speaking directly to you to sometimes also take you for granted. Somebody convinced somebody in the diaspora, I don't want to say names, that they were going to burn down a certain town. So these people were having all those materials of burning that could suppose they could burn down a town. And they were taking pictures to confirm that they are going to do it. But they were not going to do it. They were only taking pictures for the person in the diaspora to send them the money. Now imagine, the day we will need the money, it will somebody else, a masquerader, will have taken it. The Bible says, tuzala mibiri, tuzala, tuzala mibiri si myoyo. Tuzala mibiri si myoyo. Tulinamu ba foot soldier nga twabazaala emibiri naye nga tetwabazaala myoyo. Ngezaako I want to speak with clarity because this has affected us. We don't want you to be gullible to things that are going to tire you in this struggle. I don't know whether you're getting me. We don't want you to be gullible, to go for what will not work, to go for lies, because amongst us still, we have people who have not fully understood what we are up to. We have people who have taken this as personal interest. And we are too busy to chase everybody because we must be focused to remove the dictator. And we want you not to stop empowering us, but you should empower on something that is not a lie. Do not empower deceit and spend on deceit. There is no single individual who will carry out an assault and remove Museveni in Kampala. That is a lie. That is why we are building capacity to have the numbers and overwhelm them with the numbers. And that capacity we are building, we want to assure you. So we don't want to break that chain. And many times it is broken. Without doubt, there are people in prison because of recklessness and negligence. But this recklessness and negligence was precipitated by our own. And I believe you understand what I'm saying. There is a story in the Dominican Republic. Somebody in the diaspora, I'm talking about the Dominican Republic, hired members from the diaspora in an Arab country to go back home and carry out a coup. And at the time they were doing so, this person was an informer of the state. So they empowered an informer of the state in the Dominican Republic, and this informer of the state worked with the foot soldiers of the Dominican Republic, and there was nothing they were working for. They were all netted and taken to prison. And that affected the capacity of the people of the Dominican Republic. Now that example should quickly go to your minds. We don't want such scenarios in this revolution, where the able generals that we have built, whose capacity has been built by your institution, we are losing them to either disappearance, tiring, because we are not organized. Feel always free to interact with the Secretariat on very serious issues. Because at the end of the day, we are the backstop. Once all those things happen, then we call Benjamin. Benjamin, you have to put on your suit and go to court. Because it will still come back to the national unity platform. There is no day we will wake up and say, because we want to remove Museveni. But do not force us to align ourselves to what is happening, even if it is wrong. Because sometimes we don't want to leave our own in the wilderness. So we move with you. But we should be organized. We will remove Museveni. I want to repeat it here. We will remove Museveni. And Museveni knows it, because we don't fear him anymore. We fear the capacity that he has built for 40 years, and it is what we are working on. Some of us, thank God, we have conquered the fear. We no longer fear whatever he has been organizing in building capacity. And we are passing on this message to everybody. So the foot soldiers are a very important component, and you should continue to support them individually, those of you who have done it on a basis of their individual capacities. But do not overwhelm them with duty. Do not overwhelm them with duty. Because even what they can't execute, they will desire to execute it, because there is something that comes from this side. So you would rather keep it cordial, truthful, such that we go forward together. Fatanyayo. We want to move in the same direction, because truth be told, we need to build the capacity. We all know what we are going to do. We all know it. My boss knows it. Benjamin knows it. my deputy president also know it, what we are going to do, but we must build capacity. We must not be naive that we are just going to wake up in the morning, go on the street, and it is done. No, we must build capacity. And that capacity we are building is not done overnight. Why we are here is to build capacity. To make sure that the financiers no longer have that capacity to finance the junta. Such that whatever activities we have in stock, we have a lot of activities in stock against Museveni. But then there are things we must do before the real activities are carried out. That the international community must know that if there is ever a fight in Uganda, they funded the fight. And we must do that maximally. So we want to implore our comrades that the relationships with us back home on the front line should be guided. Some of our people are lost in admiration of your being in the diaspora. So they will not tell you what is possible and what is impossible. It is important. I know even here there are some foot soldiers of the diaspora. I always see them. Those of you who go out and protest every day, Kabuye Boston. People say you are my brother. I'm here to do a DNA test. You do a good job and remain consistent. What we are trading in this revolution is commitment and consistency. Do not tire. Do not think that it's going to come overnight. Somebody said we go there 15. Even if you go there 2, even if you go there 1, that voice you use that day is being heard by another ear that you do not know. We need to pass on the message and pass it on relentlessly. The more you get involved in removing Museveni, the more you will understand why we remove Museveni. The more I have been involved in thinking and seeing what we should do, is the more I have satisfied myself that I am born to remove Museveni. Let's give it the time and thought that we need to give it. Let us empower those who can. I'm very excited to see people in advanced age, our fathers and grandfathers, amidst us. Please clap for them. It speaks volumes because it means we even have the wisdom of our elders. We have their backing. Nothing is good for a child to be backed by a parent when they are backing you for a war like we are in of liberating our mother nation. It empowers us. Guide us on ground. Give us the knowledge that we want, that we badly need. Some of us back home are not fully literate. If you can assist in understanding the few cores of our values as a party to these people you come out and interact with, please do so. Because it is going to assist us to align our army and use it for the purpose you all desire to have. I want to thank you for the time. I am a bit verbose. 15 minutes, I'm about to survive. I've been seeing my boss Joel looking at me and saying, now this man has started speaking a lot. So I don't want to break the rules. But I want to implore you, comrades, first of all, to thank you very much. It is because of you that we look the way we look. Clap for yourselves. Whenever people say Barimuka sent him, I smile. Not because we are working with government, no, because we have a backing of comrades who decided that their everyday hustle should be part of the liberation of Uganda, and we shall forever thank you for that. And the only prize you will have is to come back to Uganda because tujja kubikola. So we thank you for standing with us. Advise us, don't mislead us, because on ground there, we don't want to lose any soldier informally. We want to be together, rank and file, because every struggle needs order, needs command, needs control. And for you in the diaspora, we must work together. We are aligned to work together. We must not work in isolation. We must be together. Let's build the ideas together. Let's build the front line together. Let's build the modus operandi together on top of the regime. Let's not do it with isolation. I want to thank you very much for giving me these 15 minutes. I know I have used 14 and a half. And I want to invite maybe 2-3 questions from the audience, and then I'll invite Honorable Katana Benjamin to come and also espouse on a very particular subject of great importance. I'll take the questions. Now you see I have a challenge. That is why you find it a problem. Let me begin with my grandfather there, Mr. Mtiaba. Mr. Mtiaba there is my grandfather. I have not seen him. I have never seen him. I only got the opportunity, and I'm glad he's the one who picked me at the airport, sir.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very, very much, comrade. And I'm happy to be here today. This is our 3rd convention here in the United States. Now, my question is a little bit related to what we covered yesterday, but it's also related to the youth. I was trying to see how that federalism we talked about with Dr. I forgot his name, but he's sitting over there. How federalism would help the youth to kind of get away from that unruly situation we have in Kampala, move back in the villages and be more productive. Do you think that that would be an appropriate way to galvanize the youth to be more useful in the fight against the dictator?
Yes, another question. Yes, Mama.
Yes, my name's Abena Nakitio. I'm the coordinator, Colorado.
Nice meeting you finally.
And my question is, do you think we should wait for the 2026 elections, whatever we do?
You're asking me that question? Do I think we should wait for the 2026 elections?
Whatever we do.
Okay, thank you. Yes, lastly. Okay, I will take Zay's question last. Yeah.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Richard Miombia. I'm a political analyst for and defending people power and defending Uganda. I would like to ask you this very serious question so that you can answer that. Based on what you said, we need 2 things. We need a freedom charter that every Ugandan can accept into liberating the country. The second thing we need is the creation of jobs, because the Museveni system, to this day, I've been in the liberation struggles for over 45 years, has not solved the issue of creating jobs, of which, if we wrote very well a freedom charter based on an example of Norway, we can liberate that country. Every time I've brought this question forward for the freedom charter, it has been trashed. So I don't know what we are after. Because the freedom charter itself, if I'm going to give you an example here, 1 minute. Recently there was a problem when this Toro man killed one of the minister in Uganda. The army was in chaos because for 40 years Museveni has oppressed the country using a system, using Ugandans into a security and military system. He has been paying them for the last 1 month. I don't know if you know that every soldier in Uganda has been paid. because the army was saying now we are going with the opposition. And the Freedom Charter is the only way out that we can bring the soldiers on board so that they turn against the very man who has been using us, the soldiers, on the population of the country. Why don't we adopt that policy of the Freedom Charter and creating jobs? That's my question.
Okay. I have been looking so much forward to meeting you physically, Mr. Muyombia Richard, because I have been listening to your presentations online. So I'm glad I have finally met you. And I can only tell you that we will discuss your policy with our team, understand it. Since we are here, we will accord you the time to understand what you're saying. Because I want us to differentiate two things. We are in a struggle. There are things that we cannot do because we are in a struggle. There are things that are difficult to even implement because they will not allow us for them to start. So we should be mindful of of the tasks that we want to give to ourselves. But as I have said, our elder, Mr. Muyombia Richard, that I've been looking forward to meeting you, we will dissect your views to the latter such that by the time we leave this conference this time, we have a way forward on whatever direction you think we should take. So I do not want to reply to the Freedom Charter that I have not read. I do not want to reply to a policy that I have not discussed with you. I will be lying to you. I will be pretending to be intelligent, yet how do you be intelligent with what you don't know? So I will label Benjamin there is vast with a lot of knowledge, and Joel and others, Madame Jolie knows so much about policy. So if you have that document, let it be part of our program and the Secretariat to see that we dissect it and you are finally comfortable in this struggle. Mutiaba, my grandfather is talking about federalism. Federalism can only work when we have toppled the dictator. So that's major on toppling this man. Let us not think about so many things. There is one problem in Uganda. General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, tusoke tumujewo. Then all these other things, we will align them. Because what are we struggling for? We are struggling to return the power to the people. And what do the people want? It will be done when they have the power. How will they get the power? Let us remove dictator Yoweri Kaguta Museveni with his team. And then these policies, we will be sitting in these rooms to discuss direction. Let us focus on the direction of war, overthrowing the system. And that is what I believe in. That is what our focus is on, because we as a people have a lot of good things we can do. But we cannot do them when the dictator is still at the helm. And I don't want to be here and pretend that I don't know what happens. I mean, you talked about creation of jobs. If they are sure, the other day, Joel, my boss, tried to do something in Nakawa, his constituency, to the women, to the young girls and women, something like hygiene, improve their hygiene. They were stopped by the security. In Uganda, pads are taxed according to the parliamentary laws. But they refuse even, and pampers, but they refuse a person who has decided to give a helping hand to a girl child because of the system. So how will you create jobs when even giving out a sanitary pad, you are stopped by security? It's a crime. However, as I said, we should not be negative at issues. We will discuss these issues. But on federalism, I can tell you, my grandfather, that this federalism we are talking about, I have my own feelings about it, and they are positive, but I don't want to give it time until I'm satisfied that the problem is out of the way. Let us focus on removing the problem. And once we have removed the problem, the systems shall work because we shall have returned the power to the people. Bana nachitio. I know my colleagues Benjamin and Joel are very happy that this question has been sent to me of 2026. Now, 2026 is a national calendar. It is not a M7 calendar. It is a national. Elections are not from 7. Just like we are saying he's not the president, even elections are not his. And we should not be tempted to be chased away from what we are fighting for because somebody is using impunity to do it right. We all know that elections are cheated. We all know what we went through. Nobody would want, I was on the front line from the first day. Joel, there, I am yet to ask, I have not yet got the permission, but I remember that his thighs were subjected to anarchy and impunity. I'm trying to choose the right words, such that I don't describe the thigh how it was. I may not be given opportunity. But if I use anarchy and impunity, you know what they did to his thighs. We cannot run away from those facts. People were, my brother here, I've seen him for the first time, the journalist, my brother Kasiri. You all know what happened. So nobody would want to be in a process that stamps Genome 7. But then that election also put us somewhere. It built the momentum in, first of all, what did we benefit from the 2021 election? We have the mandate of Ugandans. What we sold to Ugandans accepted, and they gave us the mandate. So today when I am speaking as the deputy spokesperson of a political party that was given power by the people. Nobody will ever take that away from me. So we won the election. And the question of election should not even be pondered about. We won it. Somebody just overturned the process. And for the first time, the way they cheated this election, they reached a time when they did not know how to cheat. And they used impunity. That is why by 2020, listen very carefully, by 2020, political parties were receiving billions of money. Do you know why they were paying them? Not for the election process, because we were in charge of that election process. Museveni never organized that election. We organized that election. He cheated an election that he didn't organize, because his election was, we are in COVID-19, we shall not have public rallies. Wasn't that his statement? We told him, go bury yourself. There's a word he said, go bury yourself, we will go to the people. And he told us we will not go to the people. You know what took him to stop us from going to the people? The Luka massacre. 50 people, 54 are on record. Today we are speaking because of what you all saw, the gruesomeness of the election. Should it be our focus now, that we focus on 2026? I don't think so. It should not be our focus. But we should not run away from the realities of the national calendar. Not that it should be our focus, but it is a reality of our national calendar. You know that Semogerere, Paul Kawanga, did not participate in the 1996 elections. And the state, I will be very open to you of the information that we know. The state believes that NUP will not participate in the next elections. They believe so, that we are not in the next elections. And you know what they are doing? They are propping up candidates for the next election, such that there is the vacuum that is of the NUP is covered by other imposters. And you'll hear names and also get shocked, because for us we have some of the names. And we should be very careful. That is why for us as the Secretariat, as leaders, we are tactical and keenly looking at the turn of events as they turn. We cannot wait for the 2026 election to liberate our people. That will be very wrong of us. Can I repeat that? We cannot wait. Our timetable is not to wait, that we wait for 2026. No. But we must not arm the dictator that we will run away from the national calendar. It is not his calendar. It is in the Constitution. The reason we are fighting with Museveni is because he's breaking the Constitution. He's breaking the Constitution. And everything that are in the Constitution is what we must protect. There must be elections every 5 years. Those elections must be free and fair, and the person who has won that election must be declared. That is what we are fighting for. So we don't need to wait to have that. That is why we are here. Let us build the capacity to fight. Let us build the momentum. Because that election gave us the momentum. That is why they spent billions of money trying to suffocate the momentum that was built in that bloody election. They can also be used as a tool to topple the system. Not basically that we are going to wait for his announcement, because he will never announce us as winners. That is a fact. But we are working towards forcing him to accept that we are winners, because we are winners. This revolution, lastly, on that matter of elections, is organic. None of you knew that Bobi Wine would be your leader. I believe when he sleeps, he also asks himself some questions. How this whole business is in, how it started in his mind, and how he ended up here. I know sometimes he poses that question within himself. But the revolution is organic. It's not, that's why we can't stop it. It is growing every day. And for me, I believe we should let it be organic. Let us handle events as they come. For as long as it is our timetable, not their timetable. I repeat this. It must not be their timetable. It must be our timetable. Of course, if we toppled Museveni today, and the power is back in your hands, still we can decide to organize ourselves the elections of 2026. The challenge is that people think Museveni is going to be alive and around forever. No. There will even be a day you receive the bad news that he's dead. I did not want to say good news. But as a human being, there is a day you'll get the good news that the man who has been disturbing this country is dead. I'm only working so hard for him to die, not a president of Uganda. So for me, I believe that to answer you strictly and straight, let's not wait for 2026. We can topple Museveni tomorrow, the other day. Let us measure on the measures. However, the system should not chase us away from the national calendar. Let me tell you what we benefit from processes like elections. For example, they said we did not have support in northern Uganda. And they lost Olanya. You know what they did in that election? You would not have seen the support we have if the Secretariat did not decide that whatever they are going to do, let them do, but let us demystify their deceit and propaganda. Because we are not allowed, I am speaking to you this freely, but I may not be allowed to speak like this in Serena to the young people. But in an election, they will allow me to go to Kavera Maido, pass the message of change, and at least influence and inspire 2 or 3 that have never seen any of us or heard this message. So we also use it as a momentum tool of knowledge to those places we have not fully penetrated. You've read about something called escapism in literature. Escapism, it is where somebody plays cards instead of eating lunch, thinking that when you play the cards, the time of lunch will go by itself when you have run to the game of cards. But even after the cards, you will still need to eat. So we should be very, very, very keen not to act out of escapism. God bless you. People power, our power, NUP, everywhere. Lastly, Mzee. Lastly, I'm listening. The microphone.
Thank you, Honorable Mufumbiro. I think I get your point where you say 2026 is a national, it's our day, not Museveni's. I get that point that if you don't, they put other people to rationalize their winning the elections. Okay. Nevertheless, I would like to ask some questions. As an elder, I've traveled around, I've seen things. And one of the things I see is that all over the world, like say for the Jews who were killed during Nazi Germany, or for the Rwanda genocide, even in Uganda, we have Rwandese memorial sites for the genocide in Rwanda. We have had more genocide in Uganda, over 3 million people genocide. And I'm shocked and very perturbed to find that there's a certain kind of silence, there's a conspiracy of silence on the issue of genocide in Uganda by the Rwandese Tutsi refugees who took over our government. And I think it's a big mistake and emboldens Museveni and Kagame to continue bringing troops. You're talking about to have elections. Museveni is going to bring in Rwandese troops. He's going to bring in Burundi troops like they did last time and kill our people. So I feel that if we don't address the issue of Rwandese, Burundian Tutsi takeover of Uganda government, we are actually endangering our children, we're endangering our country. We have to internationally talk about an extremist Rwandese Tutsi refugee group that took over the government of Uganda. And I think it's a big mistake not to do so, because I did it, I was pushed out of Boston conference fact-finding meeting by one of the members of People Power. We are believing in democracy. If we believe to have democracy in the future for Uganda, then we have to practice democracy now. And when as a concerned elder who saw Rwandese come to my country, we helped them in Toro. So for that reason, I'm saying, please, and it will be good for the Rwandese. And I tell everybody, I have children that I've paid tuition for that are half Rwandese. My nephews, my nieces. So my point is, please, let's address this issue, because if we don't, it's going to be like in Congo. Right now in Congo, they're hunting down Rwandese. And in fact, I was talking to my half Rwandese child. I was telling him, maybe you go to Toro, because when things turn around, you may be a victim. People are very angry. So let us deal with the Rwandese. You Rwandese who are here, and your members of this leadership here, do not stop us indigenous Ugandans from addressing the issue of your extremist Rwandese Tutsi refugees who have taken over the government of Uganda and have killed 3-4 million people. It's a big mistake. And so I'm requesting that this issue be addressed to the world, not only in Luganda, because I've found that the bloggers are only talking in Luganda. People naturally don't understand Luganda. People in Toro don't understand Luganda. Because that can be done. You do it for internal people listening in Uganda, but we want the Americans to know what's going on in Uganda. We want to know that Uganda, the situation is not a normal dictatorship. That the dictatorship there is a refugee takeover. The American government intentionally put a refugee group like they did in Niger They put an Arab, 0.8 Arabs in Niger. This is a new way of creating dictators because they know the natives will not stand for it. They will not sell out their country because we have 31 million tons of gold. That's why we've been dying. They want our gold.
Thank you.
Okay, so let us address the issue of Rwanda's takeover of Uganda government and the killing of 3 million.
Thank you. Now, please clap for Mzee. He has a very serious issue, but I want to tell you two things. One, we should be very extremely careful not to break the national grid of what we are chasing for. Number one, let me give you the statistics. Most of the Rwandese are in Mitiana, Chivoga, where she comes from, and other areas. We want squarely where they are. Because if they are living in Uganda, they are not living in an isolated Uganda. The problem we have in Uganda is General Museveni. You have described him properly, his origin, and I don't want to doubt, because people say he's not a Ugandan, and I've also studied, and I don't find where he's a Ugandan. Now, just a minute. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. No. I have categorically stated that I have read. Let me say what I've said again. I have read and I have not read anywhere that he's a Ugandan. That is what I said. So it means I'm confirming that he's not. Because if I had read and I had seen that he's a Ugandan, I would say he is. So I was being polite to say he's not a Ugandan, but by using too much English. Now, but I don't want my point to die out. I pray I finish. We have a problem in Uganda. And the problem is Genocide. Before I look at his tribe, God has given me the ability to identify the problem. The problem is you man called Museveni. So I want to remove this man, whether he's Congolese, whether he's Chinese, whether he's Indian, whether he's Russian. I want to remove that man who is identified as Museveni and all his cronies. Because inclusivity of his cronies, the person who massacred the people in Kasese was Elwelu. So shall we leave Elwelu? Because we are looking for a particular group of people. Everybody who has done heinous crimes against Ugandans, they will pay. Let's not discriminate. I'm telling you, people who are doing big... Yes. So we know the problem. Let's attack the problem. And the problem is Museveni. Whether it's Rwandese, whether it's Tutsi, whether it's handle him as the problem. And his cronies. Because we know them. God has given us the ability. We know the problem. To call on so many other fights is to run away from the problem. The problem is General Museveni. With his background, whether it is Rwandese, whether it is what, he's the problem. And I can tell you folks, let me tell you, even if the Rwandans want to take over Uganda, they can't. We are big in number by population. Statistics are clear. And we have not stopped giving back. Ugandans are still doing it well like they have done it before. So for me, my problem as Waiswa is General Museveni. I don't look at who he is because it no longer matters to me. He is the problem and his people. And that is where our focus should be. In my considered opinion, because I would not have, like he said, he has half children. He calls them half, but he has children who are Rwandese. Okay? And I believe they subscribe to his understanding. Let us not disempower those who are with us in the fight. Let us focus to empower everybody for as long as they are with us. Our accountability is anchored on batulabira kuki. Because some of those who have betrayed us are our own. Okay? So we should not isolate the challenges we face. Ourselves, being that you Soga, that we are going to also discuss it further. For me, I speak things the way I understood them. And definitely, we will have a lengthy discussion about that. Tell you that keep quiet against genocide in Uganda. I'm here telling you that Museveni murdered 54 people, led by a commando. At the problem on the front line. Let us not look for proxies. You know, there's no reason why you want to fight somebody very far when there's this one that we want to attack. Once we have removed Museveni, even these people who think that have been empowered by him, they will run in the morning. For us in Kampala, what we have done is to identify property. Awani, yafuna watia, afuna meka. We have all those processes. You get my point? People power, our power. They are very tired the other side. People power, our power, NUP. When the struggle is over, to immediate. We shall wear the victor's crown. We shall wear the victor's crown. When the struggle is over, we shall wear the victor's crown in the new Uganda. Benjamin Katana, please come and speak to the congregation. Like this brother of mine, and for him you'll allow me say it. Sometimes people have defined him as a Rwandese. But he's a Ugandan. He's a Munyankole actually, not even a Rwandese at that. So some people, even me, one of the reasons I died every day to tell people, you people I am a Musoga. Some people would say that because of my handsomeness, that our handsomeness looks like the people from here. I thank you the ladies for the hand clap. So I decided to assure them that if you want to know how handsome Msoga is, then I am the true copy. So sometimes it is disempowering when you are attacked falsely and you're on the front line. And I want to implore us to really examine by judging people by their actions, not by their background. It is very, very important that I wanted to make that point and say it with clarity. At this time, allow me to invite my brother here. He's going to give us a very strong presentation. Please listen to him, because for us who have got the chance to listen to him, have always got wisdom from his presentations. And we thought it would be cheating of us for him to go away. He is always a man in the background, but it will be cheating of us if he does not share whatever he has to share. So my brother, you have, I know we had given you too much time, but we have cut it now to about 15 minutes. Please, thank you.
Thank you very much, Waiswa. People power, our power, NUP, everywhere. Good evening, comrades. My name is Benjamin Katana, like I have been introduced. And this evening, I have the honor to be here, first of all, not like Waiswa, who is happy because he has had a chance to go to White House, but because we are here to discuss very important business of removing a dictatorship from Uganda. I'm also very happy to be here because of the critical role that you have been playing in this struggle. The diaspora community, not necessarily of today, but since time immemorial, has been a very critical player in the liberation struggles of Africa. And actually, most of the rallying ideologies about African liberation, like Pan-Africanism, originated from the diaspora. So it is very important that you have been playing this role, but it's not surprising because of many factors, and one of them being the exposure that you have had that many people back at home have not had. You know what it means to live in a country where there is justice. You know what it means to live in a country where there is inclusivity. You know how to live in a country where institutions work. Some of our brothers and sisters have not had that chance. But there are those who have had the chance to live in these communities, but they have chosen to ignore what happens back at home. So for doing the right thing, we thank you and we are very proud of you. So today I have been given a responsibility to talk about a subject that we are all familiar with, that we speak about every day. But to lead us in a discussion about the nature of the dictatorship that we are dealing with in Uganda and how we can add another gear in disempowering that dictatorship. But we must note that fighting a dictatorship is not an event. And in this room, I have seen veterans of the liberation struggle in Uganda. I may not need to mention names. They have been at it. They have not given up. And those that entrench the dictatorship, they would actually want you to give up. So this subject we are all familiar with. We have discussed it time and again and talk about it. But you see, like the devil, what is evil? All religious sects talk about the devil. They talk about evil. They never get tired because also the devil does not rest. So while we have talked about the dictatorship and we have tried to diagnose and understand it, even the dictatorship does not rest, so we must never rest from talking about it until we have been able to dismantle it and we set Uganda on the path of democratic governance where there is justice and inclusivity. And I'm not discussing this as an expert, but we'll be sharing ideas. And so we are dealing with a dictatorship that has had close to 40 years of investment in an infrastructure that enables it to thrive. And so you have there has been a fusion between the state of Uganda and the person of General Museveni. That is why you see when we have elections, you ask yourself, the army, the police, the electoral commission, and all these agencies of the state, they are active participants on the side of one of the individuals contesting in an election. Why? Because General Museveni has become the state of Uganda. So when you are a legitimate opponent against him, you are criminalized. You are looked at as a criminal who is now fighting with the state of Uganda. That's why we have our supporters today being charged in the General Court Martial for treason and other related cases. Why? Because they have taken a position against the person who has become the state of Uganda. And so for us, and many times people ask questions that you people of opposition, why is it that you are talking about Museveni this, Museveni that? It's because, and my brother here was talking about the Freedom Charter, which is a very brilliant idea. But all these ideas, there is a roadblock. Today, what is left of our constitution talks about so many fundamental rights. But because there is a system which has rendered the law useless, these rights cannot be enforced. He controls the police, he controls the courts, he controls the DPP. So even when you are arrested for no reason and taken to police, the police will not take a decision in accordance with the law, but in accordance with the wishes of the one who controls the police. When your file is sent to the DPP, Director of Public Prosecutions, they will not give advice on the basis of the law, but on the basis of the person who controls it. When your matter is taken to court, the decision is not going to be made on the basis of the law, but on the basis of the wishes of the one who controls it. So that is the situation that we are dealing with. So all these brilliant ideas are very good, but first we must create an environment that will enable these ideas to be implemented. To enable these ideas so they don't remain ideas on paper, but there is a conducive political environment that enables laws and policies to be meaningful. And so we also need to realize that the direction of how the dictatorship manifests in Uganda is not a unique case. That is how all dictatorships span out. If you have been a close follower of developments in countries that have gone through a similar trajectory like ours, you can take an example of DRC or Zaire under Mobutu, that he controlled everything, and those who supported him and believed him thought he was invincible, that not even death would take him, not any rebel group would take him, not any political organization would take him out of power. But as we speak today, Mobutu is history. In our neighbor, today in Uganda, people draw lessons from Kenya. They praise Kenya. But my sister here will bear witness. Before coming into force of the 2010 constitution in Kenya, especially under the days of President Moi, Moi was the state of Kenya. And he did not leave power because he chose to, but because people like you, people like us, organized and built pressure that compelled him to say, now I'm negotiating for my exit. I'm using these examples to show us that much as, because dictatorships thrive on perception, normally they are very weak, they are weaker than you think. But regardless of that perception, for us to know that if we do what we have to do, like we are doing today, and in other avenues, then the dictatorship, which we perceive to be very strong, will crumble like a pack of cards. So it is very important that we understand how dictatorships normally manifest and what enables them to thrive. And one of them is the reliance on force and violence. I think that one needs no emphasis. All of us here have seen what has been happening in Uganda. Even if we draw examples from the last elections of 2021, just as an example, because what changed maybe is the magnitude. As far as 1996, when the late Dr. Semogwele contested with Museveni, there was a massive violation of human rights. In 2001, massive violations of human rights. People died for choosing a side. In 2006, the same story. In 2011, the same story. What changed this time around is the magnitude, and largely on account of increased pressure. When dictatorships and regimes world over lose legitimacy, like the one in Uganda has lost legitimacy, they resort to about three things. One of them is violence, the other one is money and patronage, and the third one is manipulation. There are several, but those are the key. So violence and force, And so, but the beauty is that this force, regardless of how normally it is deployed, eventually, once the people are organized, they overwhelm these dictatorships, and even the enforcers who have been helping them to enforce this violence abandon them and run away. And I think we have seen these examples in so many countries. The other way through which dictatorships thrive, like ours in Uganda, is patronage. That instead of focusing on serving people, instead of deploying money on services, instead of investing in hospitals and schools, instead of investing in infrastructure, invest in individuals, a few individuals, and use these few individuals to influence the many who are not benefiting from the government. That's why you see the government in Uganda every now and then is creating constituencies, is creating districts. If you want to serve the people in an area, what they need is a hospital. What they need is a road. What they need is a good school. What they need are services. But you will create a district and have this person who has become a chairman, then there is a DISO, there is another DC, that is a chain of patronage that is always on duty during campaigns to make sure that they rig for him, to make sure that he wins regardless of whether he has support or not. So that patronage system is deliberate, and one of the key intention is to make sure that they use that patronage system to manipulate the rest of the population to side with him. Exactly. The other one is manipulation, which they normally do through deception. They will pit people against each other, organizations against each other. My brother Waiso here was talking about parties that we now know were given money to fight with NUP, supposedly parties in the opposition. And they will create rumors and bring them to NUP against other parties. They will take rumors to other parties so that these parties, instead of coming together to work together, to confront, challenge, and defeat the dictatorship, they are always at war with each other. And I think many times we have seen it when people that are supposed to be in the same group, same organization, the oppressed people, are up in arms against each other. And for them, they are just standing there laughing. Say, these people who are fighting against each other, how can they be trusted with the leadership of the country? And they know that there are so many Ugandans who are going to listen to that deception and fall for it. So it is important that we are always alert, and we also have a responsibility to sensitize other citizens of Uganda not to fall for that deception and manipulation. Of course, the other aspect is money, and the circumstances in Uganda have been that because we have a person who is the de facto governor, who is everything, he can choose how much money should be released to go to an individual or organization for purposes of hiring support, not for purposes of services. You have seen people at the rallies, they are ferried. If he has a rally in Masindi, the whole of Bunyoro will be ferried to a rally in Masindi, in buses. They are fed, they are given transport to refund, and he will create an impression that he has support. Because much as his plan is to rig an election, and I think you have been seeing it now, the so-called birthday parties and other events of the son, it's not because they think that he needs the people to win, but they want to project an impression that he has support. And when the rigging takes place, they'll say, but it was very clear from the beginning. Everywhere he has gone, people have welcomed him, have supported him. So the results are not surprising. So we need to be always aware and on the guard against that. And while the diaspora has been a very critical player in the liberation struggles, I think with the emergence of people power, you became a very big target of that money. You have people running around the cities with money and promises because they know the capacity that you have to support their efforts of installing a life presidency in Uganda. The other aspect is divide and rule. And this manifests in so many ways. Today, our country is fractured. People look at themselves in terms of the tribe, not because it helps them, but that is the environment that the dictator has created. People ask me that you are a Munyankore, how can you not support Museveni? But they don't ask, for example, General Katumba Wamala, why he supports Museveni. Is he a Munyankore? But you see how dictatorships work, is that they humiliate people for a long time, to the extent that people lose confidence in themselves. That someone thinks that a Munyankore cannot support a Muganda, but there are thousands of Baganda working for Museveni. Have people lost pride to that level, to think that another tribe cannot see value in a person from that tribe? So that divide and rule only helps him. It doesn't help anybody else. Today, after losing support, because for a long time, Museveni survived on support from rural Buganda. And they were very confident that even if Wesjo wins in Kampala, in Mukono town, in Masaka, in Mukomansimbi, they will vote for Museveni. But after 2021, the dynamics changed. That is why his focus now is on the greater north. Because he knows if he can manipulate people in Ankole, because you see, during campaigns, we would go to the west and people, and Mama Jory will tell you, and people would say, but they are saying that they want to chase our children from Kampala. Because that's the lie that they were sold. But none of these children were brought to Kampala by Museveni. They came on their own. But that's what they told them. The other day I saw in one of the districts in the north that they were chasing Baganda who own land, business. I said, but these people, their brothers and sisters own homes in Kampala. So if the people in the central were to retaliate, where would that leave the country? But these are victims of the manipulation of the dictator. Because if people can stand together and start asking questions that are based on issues, then he would be disempowered. But if people are lost in those squibbles, he's the only beneficiary. And during campaigns, it was very common. And people would say, oh, the people in Uganda are supporting President Kyagulanyi because he's a Muganda. But he's not the first Muganda to run for president. But in all these elections, you have been winning in Uganda when there were Baganda running for president. And so they had to find all sorts of reasons to further divide the country. So that people, when he goes to Ankole, they will vote for him on the basis of saying he's giving them protection. When he goes to the north, he's protecting them from the people of this side. And like that. So he's able, and so we have a duty to make sure that we continuously engage the population and cause to enhance civic competence for people to be able to discern and know that this is what we want, and what we are interested in is what this person and his government or her government are promising us and are capable of doing, not because he's my neighbor. The other aspect that enables the dictatorship to thrive is infiltration. And I think this one needs no emphasis. you see now what is happening in one of our sister parties. People are saying money was brought, we know where it came from, and now that party is fighting, not fighting with the dictator, but fighting against each other, because the organization has been infiltrated. And he will create that infiltration, but also make sure that it works for him. I always joke with some colleagues that towards, I don't know if this is of 2021, there were many back and forth meetings with our colleagues in the opposition. And in one of after the meetings, I joked with our president. I said, if anything leaked from this meeting, I would be the first suspect. Because I'm alive to the realities of our politics. But after the elections, one of the key participants in that meeting, who was not a Munyankole like me, was appointed a minister in Museveni's cabinet. No, and I'm not saying it, but for him, infiltration works for him, but he will still use it also to cause unnecessary suspicion. You treat each other with suspicion, but even the people he's working with sometimes are not necessarily those that share identity with him or anything else. So, you know, they say that forewarned is forearmed. We need to be able to know who our allies are and who our enemies are. And like our president many times emphasizes, let people be judged by their actions. And so, I hope I'm still on time. I should be summarizing. 2 minutes, okay. Okay, maybe I will leave out some of the things. But how do we progress? How do we disempower the dictatorship? Because you realize that that system of patronage, it is largely facilitated by institutions, churches, cultural institutions, trade unions that should be the vanguard of liberation. So how do we make sure that we are able to bypass his stooges in these institutions and we deal with the people directly? I think that's one of the things that we need to focus on so much, that we are able to disempower these stooges and we work with the people directly and overwhelm him. For him, it's comfortable that I have bought this for that pastor, I have bought this for this cultural leader, but then we weaken them, bypass them, and deal with the people. Number two, to expose, isolate, and weaken the dictatorship. And there was a question here about 2026 and things of that nature. I think for us, we are in the business of removing a dictator. If we are able to achieve it today, well and good. If we are able to achieve it 2 days from today, well and good. If by 2026 or any other election that has not been achieved and there is an avenue for doing so, I think people should not shy away from doing that. And so, by exposing the protests that took place here today and other things of that nature, using social media, you comrades have been very active going to these very critical offices, sharing information so that people get to understand the person they are dealing with. It would help us to further weaken him. The other one is starving the predatory system of resources. People, once the person has been fully exposed and the institutions, and someone here was talking about the billions of money that the dictatorship gets and uses to further entrench itself, if it can be starved of such resources through deliberate actions, then it also further weakens it. The other aspect is for us to have clarity of purpose. As individuals involved in this struggle, we must be very clear on what our purpose is, what we want to achieve. And then the other important discussion becomes, how do we get there? So we must be able to break down what removing a dictatorship in Uganda is and what we want to achieve after we have done that. And then we are able to cascade it down to the last person on the radar, that it is a shared idea by the leaders and those that they lead. You are standing here telling me that comrades, this is a discussion that we can have for the whole day and night. But because of the time constraints, I'll stop here for now. I thank you for listening to me, and may God bless you.
There is that song, God Did It. It is sung by an American. I hope that my description of this gentleman, you have heard from him. He's saying I'm teasing him, but you have heard him. I will not speak for him. Let's have 3 reactions. I'll ask Marvin from Boston, a lady here. Out because of time, I'll take her. Not you, Mama. There's a Mama there. Please come. Or they passed the mic. I had loved to give all of you, but let us choose her. Marvin is a fellow comrade. He will forgive me.
This is Diaspora TV, your #1 global network.
The ladies only, you and her. Please, quickly. But we hear you.
Yeah, you are the people on the ground, and you know, I'm in awe of you. So my one question today is, let's say a day comes when we are victorious and we're wearing our crowns of victory. What is next? Can you walk me through the first 100 days? I like to look to the future.
Hello, hi, my name is Damali Namponye. Thank you so much for all the work that you do in Uganda. I can't imagine living under a dictatorship and being in fear of your life from day 1 to day 364. My question is regarding the youth. Before the elections and shortly after the elections, you could tell that they were interested and invested, mostly on social media, and you read comments like, we're in the struggle, Tulimu struggle, and they're making fun of it. And for me, Wamala's case of being shot and being transported on a border, I'm a physician, and somebody who has had gunshot wounds should never have been transported that way. So to see youth making fun of people who are trying to advocate for their lives is so discouraging in a way that makes me think, are these people even worth being liberated from a dictatorship? But on the other hand, these are people who have grown up under Museveni and maybe they don't know better. So what does People Power, what does NUP have in plans to galvanize people so that the same enthusiasm they had for change in leadership continues beyond just close to elections and post-elections? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The first question about after we have removed the dictator, what next? I the question of the first 100 days maybe will be ably answered by the president. I don't want the question of mandate. But the National Unity Platform and People Power that we all subscribe to is about the power dynamics in Uganda today is about establishing a democratic dispensation, running a government that is people-centered, where there is justice, there is accountability, that the actions of leaders are subject to the wishes of the population. But there's also accountability for actions. It is about equal opportunity. One of the problems, and I've even previously written about it, one of the reasons that explains the growing tribalism in our country is because there is a feeling that opportunities are being accessed on account of identity. So if my identity does not qualify me exactly, that people will look at your tribe before they can give you a job. People will look at your religion before they can give you a job. So one of the things is equal opportunities, so that we are able to eliminate that discrimination and things like that. The other thing is inclusion. The opportunities in business and everywhere should not be for a chosen few. The other aspects, there are several. There is also the question of business environment, so that you can be able, for the economy to be able to thrive, you must put in place a conducive business environment where there is no corruption, there is no extortion, the business processes are very fast and things like that. I don't want to... then the other thing is about, quality education, and education really that is able to produce people who can compete in the global markets today, so that our children are going to Middle East as expatriates, not as casual laborers. Because there are also such job opportunities of expatriates, but because we don't have the skills, we must leave those opportunities for those people whose countries have prepared them to compete in that field. And for us, we have only been prepared to go and do the cleaning jobs. So we must be able to have a shift on the quality of education that we give, and this quality education should be accessible by all. Whether my father is poor, whether I'm an orphan, I should be able to access quality education that will prepare me to compete equitably with other people in the job market. So maybe I think the other things the president will talk about them tomorrow, but the other thing is about and for me what she said, that people now, things like tourism struggle, they are using them to mock those that are involved in the struggle. And like I mentioned earlier, I don't know if I got a chance to talk about it. One of the things that the regime, the dictatorships thrive on is propaganda. And I think Waiswa earlier mentioned that when you come for engagements like these ones, people will say these ones have gone to merry-make. The regime people know it is not the case, but they want to create a distance between the leaders and the people they lead. Dictatorships thrive by denying people leadership. Either humiliate their leaders, compromise them, kill them, or make sure that you discredit them. So that propaganda is meant to discredit them. That's why some of our people have fallen for that propaganda. If there is a wedding, they say, these ones are not in the struggle. But shouldn't people get married? If you post a picture when you are dressed well, they'll say you look at these ones that they are in the struggle. But should the people who are involved in the struggle should they walk naked? But I think our job is first of all to discern and know that these people, this is propaganda. And then our other responsibility as leaders is to make sure that we will push back and tell people the truth and always be ahead of, we shouldn't come out to defend ourselves against falsehoods. When they put us on the defense, then they have won. We should move ahead of them and give people information, so that there is no information gap. And I think it emerged earlier. You
have some right here in the United States.
Yes.
They're dividing us and ruling. And it's happening right here.
Yeah. So we must deliberately work towards making sure that there are no information gaps, because these youth you are talking about have been manipulated and deceived. Why? Maybe because there are some information gaps, and we must always be ahead of them. The best analogy to explain how we deal with these people is like the one of criminals and enforcement. One must always be a step ahead of the other. If the criminal is ahead of the enforcement agencies, a crime will take place. When the enforcement agencies are ahead of the criminal, the crime will not take place. So for us, we are the forces of light. The regime and its propagandists are the forces of darkness. We should not give them a chance to thrive by not sharing the right information on time. I thank you.
Thank you so much to our team from Kampala. I know we have other members from Kampala, and we're going to give them an opportunity to present tomorrow and also Sunday. That was Honorable Senyonyi, Jolly Mugisha, and other comrades from the Secretariat. So we hope to hear from you on Saturday and Sunday. I wanted to give this opportunity to some of our diaspora members. I know some have been working on presentations. We have had the state of our country from our Deputy Speaker and Mr. Katana. So we want to build on our convention theme, which is rethinking the US-Uganda relations. So now that we have had what's going on in Uganda, how can we engage as a diaspora? And I think that's the purpose of the presentations that are coming up next. We have about, 2 hours if we skip the break we're supposed to have. So I'm really requesting 10 minutes, please. When you come here, focus on the main points. We are grateful to have Professor Andrew Bibi and Professor Sej Ginger, who are going to be selecting the best presenters, and I hope time will be part of the grade. So whoever makes 10 minutes, I think allot them a lot of points, because we want to make sure that we give everyone an opportunity to present something. We want to hear your ideas, but please summarize, get to the main points so we can give everyone an opportunity to present. So with that said, I would like to give an opportunity to our first presenter, the Ohio chapter. So we have presentations being made by different chapters, and the top 3 chapters will receive an award on Sunday. So when you come here, please do your best job, no pressure, but try to keep time. So time is, I think 90% of the grade is going to timekeeping, if Professor Andrew Bibi allows that. So we'll have Ohio chapter go next. If you have any PowerPoint that you want to use, please make sure before you come here you communicate to our team in the corner, the AV team, so they have it loaded in their system. So Ohio chapter, come, present yourself, and briefly walk us through what your presentation is. And I would also like to request that we'll need your final paper to go to Professor Andrew Bibi.
This is Diaspora TV, your #1 global network.
Yo TV channels app kateli big and better. Anti app nyamwemu otuke munsi y'okunyumirwa. Selecting Yo TV channels o streaming live radio net TV. Oba Kibanda Express katandike butandisi nga bwonyumirwe binna Uganda. Ate ku Bolingo Extra u supporting music wa Uganda ne comedy. Tokanga ku muto abana bakunyumirwanga n'okuyiga olwakatuni ow'omulembe abako ate nga yigiriza. Downloading app ya Yo TV channels leero.
This is Diaspora TV, your number one global network.
Thank you, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, good day. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address you. We are meeting at a critical time and representing Ohio chapter, the more recently inaugurated chapter. Among the audience are the vice leader of the chapter and some other members of Ohio chapter. So please wave so they can acknowledge you. Okay. So our challenge that we're given to address was rethinking trade and investment, the U.S. relationship, the U.S.-Uganda trade relationship. This is a big topic, and there's no way to do it justice. So our challenge for today is just to stimulate you so that we can get ideas, think about the issues, and see if what we identified is in keeping with your thoughts or not, and then get some feedback from you. US and Uganda have had a relationship for the last 60 years, that's since independence. Now, if you think about it, for 61% of that time, there's been one notorious warlord, I'm using those words very carefully, who's been in charge. So the relationship has largely focused on the security relationship, but trade and investment have kind of been put on the wayside. And those of you who are interested in these issues understand that trade and investment are critical issues in the development of the nation. When you see the young people on the streets of different nations today, part of what is driving them is anger. Anger because the relationship that exists between whoever they think is supporting the regime has been very exploitative. So they are left in poverty. And as the anger grows and boils, the same thing that is happening in those parts of the world is happening in Uganda. And you can feel it. So we are meeting at a very interesting time where there are different parts moving. You see the wars going on in Ukraine, the uprisings in Africa, the rumbles in Uganda, and this is a good time for US to re-examine how they have been handling the issues of trade and investment. And our main charge from this presentation is that we are where we are as Uganda because of the group that is in charge. It has failed, you know. It has concentrated on security, whatever they define as security, but has been very corrupt, has had a lot of nepotism, has not been creative in developing and rethinking what the economy needs. And there's no way that any additional investment could be given to the same people who have been creating the havoc, and we expect different changes. Now, Uganda and US relate in trade on different they relate through trade and investment framework agreements. We have things some of you know about the Africa Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA. Some of you have heard about Prosper Africa, but most of the policies that deal with trade are implemented through the US Embassy and other agencies that operate within the embassy. So if we are going to have the changes, we have to ask, why has Museveni failed? What are the challenges that have led to this failure? And how can the current trade and investment relationship be redefined. So one of the things that, I'm just going to go to what we identified so that we can save some time. One of the things that we identified is that this is a good time to rethink and reimagine the trade, because Uganda has a young population which is potential consumers and market for goods. Also, Uganda is able to have a language of English spoken, so it's easier to communicate across the border. At least I'm talking about US specific. I'm not trying to denigrate any other language. And we have a population that is yearning for democracy. We also have US adversaries that are trying to make movements into Uganda. We have China playing a role, we have Russia playing a role, and if out of self-interest, the US should really, really think hard on how it proceeds. So these are some of the things we suggested. We suggested that normally the level of engagement between the US and Uganda is at a higher level, where you have the diplomats coming and planting a big flag. They deal with the dictator. As long as the dictator and his fellow bandits are ready and happy, kind of the other people, we matter but really do not matter. In a way, that is taking away the foundation for the future from both sides. So our suggestion was that instead of dealing at a higher level exclusively, we need to get back to the bottom. For those people who believe in economic development and community development, you know that you have to grow everything from the bottom up. So much as you relate with the trade minister, what are you doing with the businesses on the ground? Can we form those business relationships between businesses in Uganda and businesses in the US? Can we form those, some of you know about like sister relationships between cities. Can we work on that? Can we work on relationships between institutions? Maybe not for every village because it gets expensive, but maybe at a district level. So that the chamber, most Ugandans, if you ask them, the people involved in business and of any kind of trade, they have never heard about the opportunities that they could benefit from because the government deliberately gives this information to a selected, connected few. So if people knew what is going on, even in my hometown, maybe they would have a way to compete. How do I improve my goods? How do I make them marketable? The other part that we suggested was we need to look at the ethics of trade. How is the US doing trade in Uganda? Are we just getting whatever we want? That is the US. Is the US just getting what it wants and doesn't really care about the masses that are displaced, land grabbed, gross human rights resources? Just like there is a fair trade, if these issues of ethics were central, then a business would be thinking twice of who am I getting into business with? We got, I was supposed to show this, but I will not show it, but we got one of the papers from the recent summit that Uganda had in Chicago. And when you look at the list of businesses, first of all, they were led by the son-in-law of the president, Audrey Rabogo. Is he the best person to negotiate on behalf of Uganda? And the list, when you look at it, it was selected few businesses. But these are not the businesses that employ the bulk of Ugandans. The bulk of Ugandans are engaged in issues like agriculture, small business. So if you really want to redefine and get long-lasting commitment to Ugandans, not Uganda, then you have to focus on the people who are at the bottom and more inclusive of everybody. Okay. Then we needed to look at improvements in the supply chain along the way. Then there is need to value the demographics of the nation. We need to collect more accurate data of what is going on. But to us, most important, I think this was one of the issues that we thought about with the diaspora. We have a central role to play, but in spite of the richness of US's diaspora, they have not taken sufficient advantage of that. Can you imagine if the connections were not only made through the ambassador, but they were made at a village level? Because if I took a census now, there's almost a person from every district in this room. This could be very multiplicative. And also, if there was a way to complement the investment that diaspora makes personally in a village, as they match businesses' investment, maybe the US should think about matching what we invest as the diaspora in our communities. So, in the interest of time, thank you so much for listening to me. I'm inviting your discussions, and those are some of the ideas that we came forth with. Thank you. Questions, okay.
Thank you so much, Madam Harriet Nanyonga, for representing Ohio on that topic of trade and investment. So because of time, I'm sorry, I'm not going to take questions. I'm going to move on to the next. We have Minnesota chapter. They're going to be talking about security, cybersecurity awareness and best practices for non-technical use, with Mr. Mutiaba representing Minnesota chapter. Madam Harriet was 11 minutes. Mr. Mutiaba, I hope you can beat that.
All right, thank you very much. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here and present about cybersecurity. It's a very important subject, as you know, the digitization of the entire, digitization of the world. I hope that Uganda will be digitized by the time we, we come into power. But anyways, first of all, I know I have very limited time. I want to take this moment. My niece was killed for land purposes, land grabbing purposes, just last week. I was contemplating coming over here, but I want to spend just a moment, and please don't count that time, to stand up and just recognize yeah, thank you very much. So as you can see, I hope wherever you're standing or sitting, please look at, that's the abstract. I'm working with Mchala Muyingo, and we have Charles Chibulabuza and Elvis Balkalaba. Those are the people who organized the paper that we are going to discuss. That's the abstract over there. We're trying to make sure that all the people who are here are mostly not the technical people that work in information security. So this is a guide to anybody to help you to get the awareness that you need in order for you to protect your information. Everybody has a cell phone, you have a smartphone, and you have a computer. On that computer, you have information, banking information, you have lots of private information that fraudsters will come to be taking from you. Cybersecurity is often misspelled. I want to just take a moment to define it. It refers to the practice of protecting computer systems and networks and software from various attacks by different actors. It encompasses a range of technologies, processes, practices, and measures designed to safeguard digital assets and ensure confidentiality and integrity. Now, why is it important? As you have seen here, I hope you can read the concept of the fifth domain of war. I know we have Dr. Sejinja here, who is also in the Army, Captain Sejinja. Cybersecurity has become the fifth domain of war. So you have war in the air, you have war on land, in the sea, and now in cyberspace. That is talking about how important it has become. Everybody is connected to the internet. We had Madame Chomugisha over there. She was trying to get onto the internet to be able to get the information that she needed to use for her speech, for everything that she needs to work with that's in Uganda. Cybersecurity is safety, just as you lock your doors and make sure you have that high walls in Uganda. It's the same way that you should treat your data, your information. We must behave in ways to protect us against risks and threats that come with technology. I just wanted to tell you a little bit about the pros, the insecurity professionals, who they are. You have penetration testers, you have SOC analysts, you have security managers, you have incident response teams, and so on. But that's not who you are, I suppose. So let us talk about who is at risk. Everybody who is here, who is connected to the internet, is at risk. And that's anyone who works in banking, anyone who works in in telcos, in law firms, in charities, oil and gas, anyone who has data. What are the threats? And you can see threat actors, hacktivists, organized crime. Now, state-sponsored security risks, I will discuss that really in a minute, because that's going to be very important to the people, especially the people who are coming from Uganda. You have malware, you have social engineering, you have phishing, and top cybersecurity risks, as you can see, mobile phone malware is among the top 5. And that's where almost everybody here lies. So we will discuss why we need to make sure that everybody has awareness of these risks and what you can do to protect yourself, to protect your data and your information. The leading threats are spyware, viruses, worms, phishing, Trojan horses, social engineering, rootkits, botnets, and zombies. Now, spyware especially is very important because that's where we can have governments, like in Uganda or anywhere else, they tap your phone, they tap the network, they can plant malware on your computer, they can plant malware on your phone without you knowing, and it will monitor everything you do and give them back information. So you have to be very careful when I will give you ideas as to how you can protect yourself. Viruses, those are programs that multiply, and those are just meant to cause damage. So worms, logic bombs, Trojan horses, social engineering. Now this is especially very important because that's how people get your passwords. You are not supposed to share your password with anybody. And make sure when you set your passwords, they have to be strong passwords. Phishing, never click on any of those links that come in your email. If you do not know who is sending you that email, don't click on that link because someone is on the other side waiting for you to click. And as soon as you click, their computer is waiting to get a connection to yours. And as soon as it happens, they have complete control over your computer. So be very careful of those. That's the number one problem that we have, and it hasn't been solved. Different companies like Google are trying all their best to put controls in there so that when you click on that, at least there's notification to the technical systems back in the back end that will stop those phishing attacks. You can see here, this is a good example where someone was sent a link. It takes you to a place that looks like a bank, looks like your US bank site. And you put in all your information, but you're putting it in the wrong site. And right there you have given them your ID and your password. So, man in the middle attack, that's where you are the victim and someone is online on the line as you're sending your information, someone else is able to tap into it. So you have to make sure that any connection you make is encrypted. It has to say HTTPS on top. Rootkits are just computer programs that are planted on your phone or your smartphone or your computer that will give them a backdoor into your computer. So someone is able to just get in your phone, do everything they want, and you may not even see that something is happening. This is especially important for people in politics where someone can work, for example, with MTN, and MTN will send you a security update. It will include that kind of rootkit that will give someone a backdoor into your computer. And you won't know it. And they will be able to listen to everything you say, all the meetings you plan, everything you're trying to do. They'll be able to know what's going on. So, password cracking. This is where somebody is able to crack, to get a database of your passwords. And as you can see, it only takes a few minutes with a very powerful computer to be able to get back an encrypted password and put it back in raw form where you can actually read it. I'm trying to go through this quick because I see that they're trying to look at me. So the best practices are to make sure that you protect not only your phone, but you have to have a holistic control system that puts in consideration the hardware, the operating system, and so I will give you ideas of how you can make sure you log in onto applications that are secure. Your host is your computer. It has to be secured. And I'll give you ideas here. You must have antivirus on your phone. I don't know how many of you have antivirus on your phones. Because if you don't, it is very likely that someone will come and get into your phone and do whatever they want, and you won't know it. So make sure you go into, if you use Google Play, whatever you use, make sure that you have antivirus. Make sure that your computer has a firewall and that it's turned on, because if it's not, someone will be able to get on the network and get into your computer or your phone without a problem. Protect your operating system, make sure you have security updates. Now, like I said, there's still a risk with that because the state can work with MTN, with those telcos, and send you security updates that have been planted with a toolkit, like we mentioned. Use strong passwords, and that means if you can, make them at least 12 characters. I would give you ideas about how to make strong passwords, but I think we are running out of time. So this thing about multi-factor authentication, I'll go back here real quick. Make sure that when you have your social network accounts, that if you have Facebook, if you have Google, go and turn on multi-factor authentication, because it is very easy. There have been so many data breaches, and in these data breaches, we have had myself, my data was breached by Facebook. And when I go into the website there, I'll show it to you, it's called Have I Been Pwned? It tells me that these are all the breaches where my account was included. And I will see it, and I go and change my password right away. Because that means that there's what they call the dark web. Someone will go and buy your information and try to get into your computer. So this guy was in India trying to get into my Facebook account, but then he was not able to because he did not have my phone. And multi-factor authentication means you have the password and then something that you have. Something you have is a phone. So if they don't have your phone, they are out of luck, because your phone will now, if they steal your password, your phone will come, a message will come, you're trying to log into this, put in this PIN, and then they don't have that. Avoid social engineering and malicious software. We talked about that. Back up your data, especially for people from Uganda. You have to have a cloud backup, because I've had journalists and other media houses where the government comes and says they're taking all your stuff, all your computers. Well, they can take whatever they want if you have your data in Google Drive or OneDrive, whatever it is. They'll come and take your computers, but all your stuff will be there. And it's very cheap. So fraud, make sure you don't type you do not go to any website that does not have security encryption, which means you have to have HTTPS, or when you get into a Wi-Fi like we did today, make sure you use VPN. Now, Wi-Fi for Marriott might not have the same vulnerabilities as your small hotel in Mobende or wherever. So be vigilant and use VPN software. This is just an example of the tools people use to get into your systems. But in summary, phishing is the #1 way of taking your information. So avoid any emails where someone sends you a link. Use strong passwords, use multi-factor authentication, install security updates, or when you're on public Wi-Fi, use HTTPS or VPN, install personal computer firewall, install antivirus systems, back up your data and application, be aware of social engineering, secure your cloud and social media, be aware of spyware and install anti-malware. And the spyware, you know, the Pegasus system, I think they used it, and Mr. Kagame used it, and he was able to install it on a political opposition person, and they were able to get into his phone and take all the private information they needed. I wanted to give you this website, if you can see it. It's have I been pwned? Haveibeenpwned.com. It will tell you where any of your personal information has been breached. And there have been many breaches like that. And now, I know we are out of time. This one you have to get. The FBI has a site where if it's a Uganda government following you in America and they are trying to get they're trying to get into your computer or your phone, you can report it to FBI. It's FBI Investigate, Counterintelligence, and Transnational Repression. They are not supposed, if you run away from Uganda, they are not supposed to come and follow you into the United States because they are breaking the law. Also, check, every year you are allowed to get a free credit report. So on there you can see if someone has been able to breach you and created an account on your behalf. So thank you very much. I know I've lost points because I went over, but I hope it's helpful.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mutiaba. Next, we're going to have, and I'm sorry, I think if you have any questions, try to follow up with the presenters. Next, we have Mr. Martin Biakuleka, who will be presenting an individual paper, not representing a chapter, but one of the individual papers. Mr. Biakuleka, you're welcome. And Mr. Biakuleka's paper is on implications for democracy and good governance.
Hello? Hello, thank you so much. Our guests, it's a pleasure to see you and meet some of you for the very first time. Ladies and gentlemen, my paper is a little big, so I have a few minutes and I will just say a few points from it. I will avail it on some other channel where you can see it, but for now, I will just give a few points. I was asked to look at the relationship between two countries, Uganda and the United States, and the implication of those relations on democracy and good government. Now, I must say that every country in the world wants to deal with the United States. The reason is the United States is a very powerful country. And besides, second point, the United States has for so many years been the main purveyor of democracy in the world. I must say that it is losing credibility on the second point, but it remains a world power. Now, the relationship between Uganda and the United States today is a little bit absurd. I must say it's absurd because the The United States, which is the biggest democracy in the world, is actually having a negative impact on democracy in Uganda, and it is dealing with Uganda, which is a major dictatorship in Africa. So for a big democracy to deal with a major dictatorship, that is what we call in English an aberration. It is a mistake and something not right. But today, the world has no shame. The United States can be the biggest democracy, but still help other countries to become dictatorships. So the world has no shame. It is a big misnomer, but again, what do we do? When you examine the relations between countries, you'll find out that these are not like love affairs between people. Countries work without other countries because they have interests. So when a country is dealing with another country, it is because of interests that it wants to achieve or obtain. Long time ago, the United States was the only country that could deal with other countries out of the desire to help. Now, that was in the 17th century and the 18th century. This is when they developed that idea. The idea during the Enlightenment, or a time you call the Age of Reason, when men were thinking about all problems of the world, many problems of the world, including knowing who God is, because as you remember or as you recall, they used to look at a big mountain and say, I think that is God. Then during the Age of Reason, they said, we can't do that. Let us examine where the big mountain came from. Then they say, no, it is a factor of tectonic movements. So that one is actually not God. So let's rethink about God. Now, in that time, some men came up with an idea that people who are well off or who are rich should, in a civilized way, take it as a responsibility to help people who are poor. Now, that became the founding stone of United States foreign affairs, to help societies out there of people that were poor. That was the foundation of the U.S. aid. I think all of you know the U.S. aid, that department. That is the oldest foreign affairs of United States of America. And that is why you see that even today, for those countries that don't exactly have very good relations with America, like Russia and China, still America can help them because the foundation used to be humanitarianism. America was helping human beings without due regard to anything else. Today, things have changed. America has become more selfish, America has become more mean, and America has become more brutal. We have international problems that are very challenging. For example, you have seen some electric cars driving around, like the Tesla. But can you imagine that none of those electric cars does more than 500 miles on a single charge? Now, this is still a big problem. Actually, I, for one, I can't buy that car until it can do more than 500 miles. As it is right now, it is just stupid luxury. I'm driving from here to the University of North Carolina, which is almost 400 miles. And suppose I'm going to come back, that's 800 miles. So what will the Tesla help me? And I'm going to charge for 1 hour for it to be able to help me. So the thing is, these technologies now have been found wanting. But there are certain chemicals, there are certain minerals in this world that can help speed up some of these technological innovations so that they are more useful to human beings. And unfortunately, most of these minerals are found in Africa. Now, all the powerful countries in the world want these minerals, including America, China, Russia, and everybody else. So what they are doing now is to confuse us, make us fight each other so that they can grab our minerals. It is very unfortunate, but it's very true. That's why we say there's no more shame in the world. But there's another dynamic. Whereas America would like to go out there and compete for these minerals and engage in all those other conflicts so that it gets these minerals, the American voters are tired of America's intervention abroad. So what America does, and this is very important for our people to understand, is to find proxies that can go out there and get for America those things, like those minerals, which America desires so much without America's direct intervention. Something happened in 1993 that made American voters change their mind. The Americans were fighting Islamic militants in Somalia, and one of their helicopters, it's called a Chinook, was shot by the Islamists in Somalia. It came down with a thud. 18 Rangers died. One of the Rangers, his body was pulled in the streets of Mogadishu, and the images were all shown in this country, with a white guy being pulled in the streets of Mogadishu by a bunch of, I won't use the bad word, but some Africans in Somalia. So the Americans were very angry. That is the time that a policy began. That policy is called No Boots on the Ground. So America started a policy of going abroad to do for Americans, but without any boots on the ground. And then America once again started using what we call proxies. Now, the most popular proxy in the world today, besides people like Saddam Hussein, who were the precursors, and the Mujahideen in Afghanistan, is Yoweri Museveni of Uganda. Now, Yoweri Museveni is very important to America because he does America's bidding abroad, and he fits the policy of no boots on the ground. America finds Museveni more useful than you guys, you Ugandans. You are clamoring to let Museveni go. And this is contrary to what America wants. America wants their Museveni. So they don't care about you. Now, with the situation you find yourselves in, you must be very strategic in engaging Museveni in your struggle, in engaging America in your struggle against Museveni. You must be extremely strategic. You need very creative leadership. You need brains. I am very happy that my brother Katana is well versed in liberation philosophy, and I really would want Waiswa to spend a lot of time with Ndugu Katana, because his concepts of liberation philosophy are very good. spend time with him. So what do we do? How do we engage with these people? Number one, twekolere ku nsonga zaffe. We should stop thinking that someone else is going to come and help us. Because that guy also has his interests. And there's nothing we can do about his interests. So we got to do it ourselves. But in order to do that, we must have determination. Temwina kutia danger. We must have determination. And I think we are already determined enough, and we can do this. The other point I thought that I should touch on is, there are very few, Dr. Kauma, don't worry. We should, when we are engaging with America, focus. Now, remember that this is a democracy. A democracy has certain things that are peculiar to democracy. The leaders in this country have no power. That is something you should remember. Unlike Uganda, where someone threatens you because he is driving in Penkoni and he has a gun and here in America, the leaders have no power. The power belongs to the voter. Therefore, and this has happened before, when South Africa was, the South Africans, the ANC was engaging with America against apartheid, and you must recall that all the governments here in America were supporting apartheid. Exactly the same situation we are in right now. Ronald Reagan was working with the white people against apartheid. So, and yet the ANC had to work with America to defeat apartheid. So you know what they did? They went to the universities, they went to the churches, they went to all local organizations where the small American is found. Because it is that little small American who has the vote. And it is that little small American who is the boss of the American leaders. So you should have that at the back of your mind. Number three, the NUP must consciously position itself like a worthy and credible substitute for Museveni. There's one day I went for a meeting here in Washington. For those who know me, I have been incessantly in this struggle. And when I reached there, I spoke to the leader of the organization and some two other people. And they asked me a question which made me very angry, but I managed to contain myself. They said, oh, so now, are you saying Mr. Chagulanyi can be the president of Uganda? Can you imagine that? Because for them, they can't imagine business without Museveni. So I said, oh yes, because he is the very embodiment of the people. He is carrying aspirations, and promises of Ugandans. And when you look and see all those people that support him, it does not matter how he speaks. It doesn't matter how many degrees or diplomas he has or he doesn't. He is a representative of the people. And for that matter, he's worthy. Now, I must say that we are closely monitoring developments in the world. And I tell you, guys, don't look at the way things are and feel weak. We have really done well. We, as in the NUP, we have done very well. I tell you, I tell you this because I have seen it. We have circumnavigated and paralyzed Museveni and his government in this country. They started by wanting to get the oil from the ground, and we said no. And for them, they think we are not patriotic and we are not nationalists. We are. We want the money of the oil very much. We want that oil to come out of the ground, let them sell it, and let it develop our country. But we know the kind of leaders we have. They are thieves. When that money comes from the oil, they are going to steal all of it. These guys are so pathetic that they have even started stealing the oil before it is officially out of the ground. These people are so pathetic that the other day they went to Russia and bought airplanes against the oil which has not yet been mined. We shall pay you. We have oil. Why didn't you go to France and get hospital equipment against that oil? And so we shall pay you against the oil. Why do you get airplanes? These airplanes they have, the Sukhoi 35, a Sukhoi 35 will fly from Nimule to Kisoro in 2 minutes. Why did you buy it? Why did you buy it? If you are in a war with Egypt, if you are in a war with South Africa, that makes sense. But Ugandans need it for what? We're not even in war with those people. So Museveni is a militarist. He thinks only in military terms. He's like a carpenter who thinks that every problem must be solved with a hammer. Anyway, the oil, we refused it to come out of the ground. We spoke to General Electric and said, please don't go there. And we presented a lot of sense, and they haven't gone since that time. We have done well, comrades. We have done very well. We have spoken with our friends on Capitol Hill, and we have gotten travel restrictions for a lot of people. You see, when I say the leaders in NUP must aspire to be knowledgeable, I'm very serious about that. When these guys, when they are talking with you, they assess you to see how competent or incompetent you are. The other day, we had a demonstration against the IMF because there was about $1 billion that had to be disbursed for COVID and all that. And our people went and demonstrated. And some of us were behind the curtains. And so we were talking with these people and saying, you see, we are not saying don't give money to Uganda. That's not what we are saying. We are very patriotic, you know. But we know our people. Most of that money is going to be marked. What is that term you use in Parliament, which Museveni likes very much? Classified. Most of it is going to be classified. Classified means Museveni and his people directly will steal it. That's what it means, direct. So we ended up saying, let's do this. Instead of 1 billion, cut it in 4. Give them a little and ask for accountability. If they give you that, give them a little more. Now, when your people hear you reasoning like that, they know they are dealing with people who are capable of taking over. So aspire to educate yourselves. And then with that, you'll be very respected. Lastly, as night follows day, Museveni will go. Some of us are not saying, you know, he will die, is it what? No, 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 no. We shall speed up that process. We don't, because our people are suffering a lot. So, dear Ugandans, we think about you. We know that you look at us in the diaspora and have hope. Continue to have that hope, because we are not sleeping. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Byakuleka. I know, Mr. Semakula, you have something to do downstairs. If you want to come and make your presentation, be quick, and then we shall have Colorado chapter after you. So, Mr. Semakula will be presenting an individual paper.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm presenting a paper I researched about. It's a topic, the role of the Ugandan diaspora in fighting for democracy and human rights for our country. I'll try to be brief, just like how the doctor said. Pretty much, my paper tries to explore the significant role we, the Ugandans in the diaspora, can do in advocating for democracy, rule of law, and elimination of dictatorial tendencies in our countries. I base my argument and research on the People Power movement, which I do subscribe to, and all of you guys here. Especially, I'm looking at the last 5 years where the NUP People Power, under the leadership of Honorable the President, Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, came into play in regards to politics in our country. And I'm discussing reasons behind the prominence of we Ugandans in advancing the agenda of seeing a new Uganda and a new leadership of the President. Our fellow countrymen also look at the specific contributions we Ugandans here are doing. And I based my submission basically on the way we've been able to publicize information which the regime really tries hard to suppress. What I mean is, there are some stuff that the regime in Uganda, using media outlets like NBS, NTV, and others, cannot show the world, but us here in the diaspora can show the world. I also talk about our role in advocating for democracy and human rights reforms in asking countries where we live to cause change to our country in Uganda. I'm trying to be as brief as I can. My introduction bases on letting you know what the term diaspora means. Honestly, diaspora means it entails the consciousness and emotional attachment to a place of origin. In that regard, as a Semakula, I know when I live in the United States, I remain a Ugandan by default or by whatever. And over the past few years, our Ugandan diaspora has increasingly become a significant player in Uganda's political arena. One prominent, politically active Ugandan community is us, the People Power movement, which was initiated in 2018, following the emergence of Honorable His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu on the scene of politics. We serve as an activism and advocacy arm of the National Unity Platform. And pretty much in recent years, we've seen different diaspora organizations and groups being paramount and instrumental in advocating for change in their countries of origin. I'll give an example. For instance, the Cuban and Armenian American communities, they represent a very strong lobbying force in Washington, D.C., just like what Comrade Martin has said. The Iraqi groups played a crucial role in encouraging American military intervention in Iraq in 2003. Countries such as Israel, Armenia, consider their people strategically vital political assets, while countries like India and the Philippines recognize their citizens through what they contribute through remittances. And I think it's something we are doing here. The Ugandan government seems to downplay our role as Ugandans who live here. But if you look at the statistics and what we give into the economy of our country, it is paramount. And several factors have really made us to act and be prominent on the world stage, including advancement in communication technologies, our policies which allow us to have that freedom to say what we want without fearing for nothing. And these have really energized the young men and women and all generations of Ugandans to seek and ask for change. In the case of our country, we've really played a pivotal role in advocating for change. For instance, the People Power movement in the UK, United States and Canada, have taken a bold step in speaking to partners of Uganda. We've achieved so much through boardroom meetings, just like what Comrade Martin has said. We speak to senators, congressmen, and people who matter in the politics of this country. We are also, the Ugandan diaspora holds a special heart in the place of Ugandans. All of us want Uganda, love Uganda. We just hate Museveni, right? And this we've achieved through a lot of dedication and hard work. We have also maintained emotional, cultural, and spiritual connections with our country, which really resonates well with the people of Uganda. We've done, when I say we, I mean the People Power movement. We've done major significant contributions for the fight for democracy and human rights. One way is we've done it is through the publicizing of information that the Museveni regime doesn't want the world to know. We have been inspired by actions of other groups, such as those Arab Spring uprisings. You all remember what happened in Libya, what happened in Sudan, in Tunisia, and Egypt. We have leaders and comrades who are teaching at universities. Case in point is Captain Sejinja here, and others who go to these colleges and teach young children and American citizens and Ugandan Americans about what exactly is going on in our country. I think, to me, that's a major boost to our people to know exactly how our country is managed and how it's managed and being mismanaged by the regime. Another strategy we've really employed, Madam Deputy President, and I think it's very, very important. The People Power movement is protesting when these guys visit here. The Honorable President is here, no one is protesting. But I can give you an example. Last year, December 13th, President Museveni came, General Museveni was in Washington, D.C., and dude couldn't really pass through the street because Ugandans were demonstrating all over the place. I think, to me, that's a plus. We are really making life hard for these guys. Folks are not doing what we think is right, so we do not give them, a place overboard when they visit us. Thank you. You saw what happened in Washington State, Seattle, when Jacob Olanya was airlifted to come to seek medical treatment. And we also know what happened in United Kingdom when the former Super Minister, John Patrick Amama Mbabazi, was in London on June 18th. Folks, the likes of Patricia Sewung and others went and really demonstrated in front of his hotel room. I'm trying to summarize my presentation. Okay, sorry. We've also played an integral role in pursuit for justice. We take initiatives to prosecute folks who torture Ugandans. We have a case in point of a prominent general, Kaihura. We all know how Kandiho cannot come here, and you all know how MK couldn't come to the United States. So these are avenues and plans orchestrated by the team leader and others to make sure that those who abuse human rights in Uganda cannot come to the United States, or they will never visit the UK or Sweden. We're just making it a norm to ensure that if you abuse others, then you shouldn't come here. If you come here, we'll step up and ask you to leave. And we are also, practicing and asking host countries. When I say host countries, I mean, for instance, the US, to put a lot of energy and emphasis to countries like Uganda, which abuse human rights. We've got support for what we're doing, especially those who follow politics at the Capitol Hill. Senator Bob Mendes is always writing about Uganda, is always presenting about Uganda. Senator Kuka, is it? Cory Kuka, right? Cory Booker. Yeah, he's always protesting of what's going on in Uganda. These are things that the People Power movement under the leadership of Dr. Kauma and other people like Martin, and those we know and those we don't know, but known to us and the leaders, things we do behind the curtains. We also have a group, like the one with Robert Kavier Boston. They demonstrate every day. So it's part of our agenda to ensure that we have a better country, and we seek to ask that probably the United States should think more and boldly talk about what we see happening in Uganda, and they shouldn't send us ambassadors who are really, I wouldn't say insane, but pretty lazy. You have an ambassador who sees people being shot on the street but can't make a report. You go into a meeting and these representatives were asking you questions that, are you guys real? When we were launching the movie in New York and Beverly Hills, these guys couldn't believe what they were seeing. Someone shooting, gunshots on the street, and they'd be like, is it real or it's graphic? We say it's real. So Uganda is bleeding, and I think we should call upon the US government, especially those of the powers, those who vote in our constituencies, reach out to all these senators and tell them that, we need something better. We can't look on as black people being massacred right, left, and center at the expense of white folks not being serious. All they're looking up is oil and gold and stuff like what we see in Uganda. As I wind up, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Moderator, I'll jump a couple of things here. What I can say is that we must, as Ugandan Americans or Ugandans in that regard, to effect change in Uganda, we must employ strategies such as influencing host country policies towards bad regimes. We should form interest groups, to form long-standing organizations, to coalitions to address specific issues. We must provide variable information to legislators and policy elites. Like, I think, who said it? I think Martin. Sometimes when we go to meet the folks in Washington, D.C., we don't go there with streamlined information. We sometimes give off-baked information. We seem a little bit confused. We do not speak the realities. We do not have all the data collected well. I think that is detrimental to our success and struggle. So moving forward, I think we must improve on that. If you demonstrate, give the facts. Do not grab a picture of the internet and go present it as a picture from Uganda. Yet we have the likes of Masudi or the Lonadis and all these folks killed on the streets. We should provide exactly what's real, and there should be documentation for that matter. Ladies and gentlemen, as I wind up, I think we should continue playing a crucial role in advocating for democracy and human rights in Uganda. We should always publicize information the regime doesn't want to see. We should organize protests. We should pursue justice. We should demand for reforms. And we should provide information to other comrades of ours who do not seem to understand what's going on. I will end here. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Semakula. Colorado chapter, 8 minutes, right?
Thank you so much. I don't know whether they will be able to put up the PowerPoints, but all the same, I'll be able to say something. And most of what I'm going to say has been said. My topic is rethinking relationships between Uganda and the USA concerning healthcare. As you heard already, the United States established diplomatic relationships with Uganda since 1962, when Uganda gained independence from the UK. And of those 60 years that United States has been in relationship with Uganda, almost 40 years it has been in relationship with the current regime, which we are trying to, get rid of. And the reason it has really wanted to work with this current regime is because the current president, Mr. Tihawa has promised regional stability. Lutabaisra, yes. So he has promised regional stability, and that's why they have tried to work with him. But also the US has long-standing relationship in respect to health, primarily focused on combating infectious diseases, stroke epidemics like HIV, tuberculosis, malaria, COVID, to mention but a few. In this regard, the President's Emergency Program for AIDS Relief, they call it in short PEPFAR. Will you remember that? That's the fund that has saved so many lives in Uganda, especially from HIV. As you see the name, it was introduced in Uganda to combat HIV, and so many lives have been saved. However, there are challenges to this relationship that necessitate to rethink how the two countries approach health cooperation. The current government does not give priority to health care. When given funds due to corruption in the system, they move donated money to what they call unclassified budget. The members of parliament will tell us, they know this better. So where they use the money for defense, they call it security, defense, but basically to keep themselves in power. They use that for bribes, self-enrichment, abusing human rights, to mention but a few. Okay, so donor money that we get in Uganda comprises of 80% of the money that we receive. But of this 80% that the US sends to Uganda, according to the 2021-23 budget, I want to give you some statistics, because about 26% of this went to security, and only 5.1 went to health care. So you can imagine. Actually, in Uganda, we don't need security, or we need health care more than we need security. Who causes the insecurity in Uganda in the first place? Yes. So instead of wasting the money on buying guns, we should buy equipment that we need, to treat our women, to cure cancer, I mean, we need healthcare as much as possible. I mean, and healthcare is not it. I mean, we need other services. We need infrastructure. So basically, Uganda is not badly off. We have all the services we need. We have all the resources we need. But all we need is good governance. And guess what? That's what People Power is here to bring to Uganda. Mr. Chagulanyi, under you people, if we work so hard, we are going to bring the good governance that we need to put the money where it needs to be. Okay, so we are rethinking on like how to use this money. So like the loans that they give to Mr. Tibu Habulwa, instead of giving it as cash, we could give it in terms of equipment, so that he doesn't have the cash, to take away and use for other services. Also, Mr. Martin mentioned that instead of giving them a lot of money that they can't account for, we give it in bits so that they can account for the bit we are giving them before we give them another bit. Yeah, so, basically that's what, unless you have questions, most of what I wanted to say has been said. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was 8 minutes. Thank you, Madam Ban. All right, next we're going to have Mr. Solomon Nkugwa, then we'll have the Boston chapter. I don't know if Boston is ready after that. So we'll have Mr. Solomon, then presenting an individual paper on...
Now, these gentlemen here, because they're political, they know the analogy of that, but we'll just sing it. What was it? Chinyonyi. Nobody knows like a monkey. Say, sosolie watafa, atuka kuliengede. Go. Is that so low? Sosolie watafa. Okay, now I'm going to take it up. Sosolie watafa, atuka kuliengede. I want to listen to some women now singing. Men, sosolie watafa, atuka kuliengede. Now men, sosolie watafa, atuka kuliengede. Together, hey! Sit down. All right, thank you so much. My name is Solomon Nkugwa, and I'm the president of a company called Nile Bridge International. I live here in Maryland, Washington, D.C., and sometimes I work with Dr. Kauma to organize young people. Most of the things I would have wanted to say, they have been said, okay? About how do we rethink U.S.-Uganda relations. The paper that I wanted to present actually almost has been presented by the former, is about healthcare. So I am an international development analyst, and the paper's title is The Political Economy and Social Impact of Post-Traumatic Stress Disorders among Women and Children in Uganda. Think about that. Now, I'd like all of us, and even women, to clap for ourselves because of the work that women do for children, orphans, and everybody else. Let's clap for ourselves. About 24 years ago, I was given a chance to tour with a group of young kids called the African Children's Choir. These kids comprised children in Uganda that were orphans. I myself, at 5 years old, became an orphan because a bad government killed my dad. Okay, so other children were from Kenya, from the streets, but some specific children from Rwanda I toured with. They were the survivors of the Rwandan genocide. And because I'm talking about the post-traumatic stress disorder, these kids had seen atrocities being done to their parents, mothers, children, using machetes. One kid called Delphine was saved out of a mass grave. And today I'll teach you a word before, hopefully I'll have the time. Now, okay, this kid came to our camps, and I was honored to help her go through that post-traumatic stress disorder, knowing that I myself was an orphan whose dad was killed by some bad people during Idi Amin's regime. So, what kind of tools did we use? Music, faith-based initiatives, church. We taught a program that allowed these kids to tour around the world. They became ambassadors. They raised a lot of money, became confident, and they overcame their trauma. Rethinking U.S.-Uganda relations. Money has been sent, and some of your demonstrations I have heard are that when this money goes to a country like Uganda or any other country, it's not accounted for. Or even when it is invested wrongly. Sometimes people that want to invest in terms of prescription. And I'm talking about, sorry, doctor, I'm a pharmacist, Lagactil and Prozac. How can you give me that medicine when my dad was killed? Do you think that's the intervention that I need? No. Do you think Uganda needs more medication when something is going on that you're talking about today that needs a different type of intervention? No. So, anyway, Delphine, who was saved out of a mass grave, toured around the world, and we went everywhere. We were like on business and pleasure. We're going to Grand Canyon, Hollywood, everywhere. That was part of the intervention. But these kids raised a lot of money. Now, to cut a long story short, Delphine today is in the military in America, because after the tour we went back home. She got an opportunity to come back here. She went into nursing, and she became a professional nurse, but she entered into the military, the Air Force. Now she's serving with America. What are the two things that are happening in Delphine's life? One, she wants to save others, like her, who was saved out of mass grave. Two, she wants to fight those that might cause the problems around the world if America behaves very well. That's how we rethink the relations. So what does that really mean? It means that while all these macro discussions that we've just had about leaders that have to fight, because it's not just only a question of politics, it's also a question of the social process and the economic process. While these amazing fights are going on, you and I can do amazing things, and I think people have talked about it. The gentleman there has talked about it, that while America is playing those other games that we can't, we and you have been doing it First, at a micro level, you send remittance money, don't you? The problem is that it is embezzled. So what is the future of Uganda going to look like? Gentlemen, I really would actually ask that you look at how remittance money is moving from here to there, to the mother, to the sister, to the auntie, to the uncle, and how it might be embezzled or not. Now, I'm not talking about even just the government, but our fellow relatives. If you could create a policy, this remittance money could do so much more as we wait for the bigger cake that you guys are organizing for the future of Uganda. That is one. But in other ways, how we rethink U.S.-Uganda relations is if you have an organization, but you are working in a fragmented fashion, please do something like this. Organize yourself, register that organization so that it becomes a 501c3, because that way you can negotiate better with the U.S. government, such that what he has just suggested, if we don't get that funding from the government, United Nations, World Bank and all that, we are able to get it from the smaller people that the gentleman suggested, from churches, from schools. Now, what you all guys talked about is called civil society. In international development, we study that when governments fail us, we go to civil society. Civil society are organizations, are schools. The little mom and pop that has a restaurant, and you give your story, and you are in an organized fashion, because in America, they have to account for that money. Sometimes they get that money back. If you tell them, this is my 501c3, they are able to give you that money, and you are able to do a lot back home. That's how you are able to organize yourself at a micro level. Now, I know that my time is really going, and it is gone. I want to say one thing. This is how it is. Women were abused in Uganda since colonial times. They're still being abused. Men were killed, and sons like myself became orphans. Think about the war in the north, which took about over 20 years. Think about all that atrocities. The things are not lost on you that have been happening in Uganda. But if we want to actually see our country change while the political conversation is going on, we will use our own money. We will partner with other organizations to do these 4 things, which I found also rhyme with another organization, World Health Authority, one of which is cultivating leadership and governance in mental health. Because when you do that, then policies are going to be structured where mental health matters. Because people here in America, we need to be sober, sane, and structured in order to do the things that we need to do. So are the people back in Uganda, despite everything that has happened to you, gentlemen. That is one. Secondly, we need to then create initiatives that are community-based, that will address the depression among women. And why? My rationale is simple. When my mother became a widow, she got that stigma. I became the stigma of an orphan. And then what happened? What happened then, my mother had not gotten the education. She was just a beautiful woman. She was a hardworking woman, but she did not have the education before. But even after, she never got the capacity, which the future government must think about, building capacity among women. Because then when men are dying and creating wars, women are going to manage the children. Tomorrow, I'm going to be here and also speaking with young people. And I think I'm going to be blessed to be with my namesake, Solomon, the son of the principal, to also talk about young people here and their role and how they can help other people who are depressed back in Uganda. That's the second piece. The third piece, and then I'll say the last piece, and then I'll be done. The third piece is promotion and prevention. Going back to what I said, We cannot prevent by prescription, giving medication, when the problem was moving Delphine from a math grade to teaching her what life is all about, making her tour around the world so that she can see a new world view, and then she can come back and say, I'm going to be a nurse. I'm going to join those that fight against atrocities. That's how we can strategically think about the things. Lastly, research and development. Continuous research and development. But it's going to come from our leaders as we do the fight, the political fight. We're going to look at these other smaller ways that other speakers have suggested, that while America is playing those amazing games for which I can't afford the paycheck. I'm not giving that paycheck to explain why somebody can stay in power for such a long time. But I can explain how I get out of depression. That by giving a child like Delphine a chance to exist. And by giving yourself a chance to be sober, sane, and secure. Lastly, this is the last one. Hypothesis. A labor force whose psyche has been dealt with by investments, counseling, diagnosis, and treatment sometimes, will translate into a stronger labor force. That labor force will translate into the national GDP that we want, and then it will reflect on the development index of an individual. Because if people reach back home, or they reach what we call the middle class, and if we are partnering with the middle class here to do those things, then while we have these conversations, maybe we'll have some sane people, stable people, sober people, from whom we create a pool of new leaders. Think about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we have very little time left. So Boston chapter, Chicago chapter coming after that, and Prosim's okay. And I think those are the three. So Boston chapter, please. Boston chapter, 5 minutes. Mr. Taylor, 5 minutes. Helen, then you'll be next. Prosy. As other presenters, I don't see them. I think that's what, if I haven't mentioned your name, come let me know if you're on the list. Senkumba, is he around? Is Mr. Senkumba around? Who is presenting for California? He will, okay. All right. Boston.
People power, our power, Jemuli, Mukoye, Museveni yalwanira emyaka 5, Mukoye.
Okay, so comrades, today we're going to talk about a very important topic, which is about climate change. But before we begin, I would love to pose a question to us. How many of us, by a show of hands, believe that climate change is real? How many of us, by a show of hands, believe that climate change is a scam? How many of us don't know about anything about climate change? You're confused whether it's a scam or it's a reality. So it's good that by a show of the hands in this room, we all agree that climate change is real. And indeed, this is a reality. So today, as Team Boston, we thought it's imperative to share with us how Uganda can combat climate change. So we want to talk about energy security, how Uganda can transit to renewables that are accessible, affordable, and secure for each and everyone. Now, climate change is a public good problem that affects each and everyone, regardless of our political parties, regardless of our sex, regardless of our religion, regardless of your economic status. When it hits everyone. So it does not need any passport to cross borders. That's why you see what happened in New York a few weeks ago with the wildfires from Canada. New York was covered by a cloud that was dark. That is climate change. So if you don't know what climate change means, this is just a simple definition. There are long-term shifts in weather patterns that are causing the disasters that we're living in today. So as we speak, we are living under a climate crisis that we need to find solutions to. But before we talk about even climate change, there is something more important that we need to address. That's the issue of climate justice. You cannot talk about climate change without addressing the concerns of climate justice. Because climate justice addresses the social issues that we face. And you'll find that there's a linkage about these social issues we face. So going to energy security, it's about the availability of energy sources that we have in our countries at an affordable cost without any disruption. So that's why we're saying, as Team Boston, can we find remedies to Uganda's energy crisis? We need energy democracy, which is lacking in our country today. As we speak today, over half of our population is still cutting trees. They're using charcoal to cook. That is destroying our environment. Our forests are climate heroes. They work as carbon sinks. But the more trees we cut down, it means we're exacerbating global warming. Yet scientists have warned us under the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change that we need to cut greenhouse gas emissions by 60% by 2035 if we are to keep at the limit of 1.5 degrees Celsius as it is in the 2015 Paris Climate Accord. So climate change, for us, we believe as Bostonians, it is a political problem. It is our leaders in the government, local government, in agencies or policymakers who have the power to find solutions to this climate emergency that we're in today. Their inaction is going to lead us to climate hell. So that's why we're proposing that it is important for us as Ugandans to address these key issues. As you see on the pie chart, some of the hazards that Uganda has been facing from 1800 to 2020. So we have issues of heat waves that I've just talked about. As you know, you've been watching news, they said that July last month was the hottest month in the history. So I'm sure beyond doubt, all of you felt the temperatures. We were literally, boiling up because of these heat waves. So we need, you see also, food scarcity because the production is shrinking. Look at 900 Karamojongs died because of the acute famine. So as Ugandans, how can we address that issue of food insecurity? Because it's happening in different parts of our country. Years before, we used to have granaries, but how many people have granaries nowadays to secure food? It's a few of them. So you've seen rainfalls that have caused floods in Kampala, in Kasese, in different parts of the country, even here in the US and different countries. Go to Beijing, go to Greece. It has been a serious issue that needs to be addressed. So the water levels are also rising at a very high speed. So we need to also understand the genesis of these climate injustices that we want to address. So we have to look at the past, because it takes us back to the 1850s, during the second phase of the Industrial Revolution. So as you see on that projector, it's talking about the Industrial Revolution, then it talks about also access to gas and oil. Because of industrialization, they needed to ensure that they began from oil, rather from coal, then they transited to oil and gas. Then they were using, of course, cheap labor, which was slavery. So we went to the present. We are seeing today what we call environmental racism, and it's observed with, the East African Crude Oil Pipeline, ECOP, because it's French-owned, and they're going to, of course, destroy our environment. Because with the ECOP, this is a carbon bomb they are putting in our backyards. But as we speak today, this pipeline has displaced 100,000 Ugandans and Tanzanians. People are losing their land rights because of this pipeline. So we believe that any development that infringes on the rights of Ugandans is not sustainable development. So as Bostonians, we are saying Uganda needs to have sustainable development that puts people first, not profits above people. So we want also to fight for a future where we address the uncomfortable history that we've faced as Ugandans. So if you look at this graph, of course, it talks about the linkage between climate change and the different factors that we've talked about, but I will just go through because of time. Then we're also talking about alternatives. What can the government of Uganda do to ensure that we have this transition to renewables? So we're suggesting that, one, let's go solar energy, because we are blessed as Uganda that the equator crosses our country. So from January to December, we have a lot of sun. Why can't our government tap into this potential of solar energy to make it, to bring light to all households of Uganda? We're also talking about nuclear energy. You've had Despot Museveni talking about, putting up nuclear plants. So we have biomass. With biomass, you turn trash into treasure. You bring light and also gas to families. We have geothermal, hydropower. So we have also to look at this graph here, because it shows us what sectors are leading to the greenhouse gas emissions. So the biggest sector that is causing fossil fuel, that is causing these greenhouse gas emissions is the energy sector. That's why you see it's at over 70%. Then agriculture follows, and as you see others. So you ask yourself a question: who has caused this climate crisis? Who are the largest emitters of the greenhouse gas emissions if we are to look at the history? The largest emitter is China, followed by the US, followed by Russia and India. So as Uganda, we are emitting less than 0.1% of the greenhouse gas emissions. It's absurd that as Africa, as the least emitters of greenhouse gas emissions, we are the most affected when it comes to adverse impacts of climate change. We are hit the most, and we are always hit the first. So that has to change, because we are diverting the small budgets we have for key sectors like the human capital development sector, where we have health and education, and we put it towards climate mitigation and adaptation, denying ourselves better livelihoods, unlike the greatest polluters. So if you look at also, this graph shows you the impacts climate change has on our lives. So as you see, it's causing us different diseases. because of the severe rainfalls and so on. People are getting asthma attacks, they're getting different diseases, as you see, that I can't go through everything because of time. Then, if you look at this map, it will give you a sense of who is affected most worldwide. So the greener it is, it means you're least affected. Then, if you got the extreme red, it means you're the most affected by change. Look at where Africa is. We are in a red zone. So it means we are sitting on a climate bomb that we need to find solutions to. Look at America, where is? America is green. So it means they have resources to combat climate change, unlike Africa. So I'll skip those because of time. So how can we address these inequalities? One is by demanding countries like the US, which are emitting a lot of greenhouse gas emissions, to pay reparations for the loss and damage they've caused, mainly in developing countries and highland countries, because we're not responsible for this climate mess they've created. So we want also to remind rich countries to ensure that they start removing pollution from the atmosphere, because they have the technologies we lack in Africa. Then we want also to hold polluters accountable. So by this we mean that let polluters pay huge finances or huge taxes or fines for the pollution they are releasing to the atmosphere, because the more carbon dioxide release, it means they are causing to the depletion of the ozone layer, which is of course causing problems to us. My colleague is going to talk about nuclear energy.
Thank you. Thank you, Comrade Taylor. People power, our power. Yeah, thank you. Comrades, as you know, that in Africa mostly, as you've seen it, on the map, we are in the red zone. That means we are polluting the most. We have the biggest challenge. If you see on the map, there was parts of the green in the map, that is Canada and the United States. Therefore, there are so many things they have done that we haven't done. And this doesn't need nuclear science. This is just something that you can do. We are looking at nuclear energy, and it has been a success story in many countries. In Dubai, it is a success. But you might think that, why am I speaking about Dubai? It's also a success in South Africa, but because they have leaders who have the will to do this. My fellow Ugandans, we have electricity supply in Uganda that is only 45%. And in the urban areas, it is 57%. So it is sad. What we have to do right now, let's resort to nuclear energy. And we are calling upon the United States government to partner with the able leadership of His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. Because you know, as I quote Comrade Waiswa here, he said even tomorrow, Museveni might be down. So, we are calling upon the United States to partner with the government of His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu to invest in nuclear energy, because it will reduce on the carbon emissions. Ladies and gentlemen, as I wind up, because of the time, there are so many points about how we can reduce on this, to minimize on the greenhouse gas and so many things. But as I wind up, I want to call upon the United States government, as you're looking at the small informal sectors, also target the big shots, the multinational corporations. If you read about what is happening right now in the Niger River right now, Total has destroyed the Niger Delta. The river is all contaminated with fumes and gases from the mining of the oil from Niger. So let us not look at the small things. Let's go for the big shots. They are the biggest emitters of our climate. Yeah, thank you so much. I think Comrade Taylor will wind up, then we can.
Okay, so I'm gonna be very precise. I'll just go through very precise. So we're talking about also this carbon bomb called ECOP, the East African Crude Oil Pipeline. As you know, it's going to be the longest heated crude oil pipeline in the world. So it will be traversing from Tanzania to Uganda, from Uganda to Tanzania, and it will be emitting 34 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions every year. That is 6 more times of what Uganda is emitting. So it means we have a carbon bomb in our country, Uganda. And if you look at the lifespan of this pipeline, it will be emitting 379 million metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions. So that is a threat to a vulnerable country like Uganda. And this pipeline is giving us a debt burden because we are borrowing $3.5 billion. So this is not a grant. It is a loan that we have to pay back. But again, if you hear from the International Energy Agency, it is warning us that in the next 2 decades, the price of oil will be going down. So it means in the end, Uganda is going to be stranded with this asset and shall be saddled with a debt, which is going to go to the young generation. So do we want the young people to be choked with this debt? So we're saying that if there are alternatives of renewables, why not prioritize them than going for this carbon bomb? Because the owner of this pipeline, Total Energies, owns 62%. So it means they're just stealing crude oil from Hoima to the international market. In the end, the ordinary Ugandan will not benefit from it. We've seen this firsthand in Nigeria. Read about the Ogoni community. Shell has been drilling in Nigeria for the last 55 years. They've been drilling oil. They came with the same talking points of the energy industry, that they're going to end energy poverty. But today as we speak, energy poverty is high in Nigeria. Go to Mozambique, the same thing. They've invested over $20 billion in offshore, the offshore oil companies. But Mozambique has its population of over 70% without electricity. So it means that the fossil fuel companies, they don't care about us. Don't be deceived that Total Energies cares about you. The only thing they care about are profits. As believers of climate change, we call these evil profits because they are putting profits over our lives. That is wrong. So this is the summary of what we've been talking about. It is very tiny, but you will see that it talks about our objective, what are we demanding, what are we standing for as Bostonians. We want to ensure that we bring cheap energy to each and every household in Uganda, because today electricity is expensive. 1 unit of electricity is at 770 shillings. Just one unit cost. So that's expensive for a vulnerable poor country like Uganda. So at least we want that price to come down if we have options like solar energy, which is going to, of course, bring light to most of the households and will stop people from cutting down trees, because we've been seeing Odonga Oto, the former MP in Acholi, fighting with people who have been cutting down trees in Acholi to sell charcoal in Kampala. So Odonga Oto is doing the right cause. We have to protect our forests. You've seen how the government has, sold, was trying to sell Bugoma Forest. You've seen Mabira Forest, they've been cutting down trees. So those are the things we're trying to address. So the problem that we were solving is unable and high cost of energy, lack of financing and infrastructure, high variables to climate disasters. So We also have different stakeholders. So we are planning to partner with the International Finance Corporation. That's a sister organization of the World Bank. The IFC is willing to invest in renewables. Once you take them are good proposals, they're supporting very many projects where we've seen case studies in Kenya and Ghana on the African continent. We have the private sector where we have banks. Different banks can invest in these renewables once the government gives them incentives, because it's all about incentives. So different approaches. We have nuclear energy, solar energy, all the things we talked about. We have other considerations to talk about is, I'm wrapping up, Daniel, is political stability. So we're in this energy crisis because of things like the war of Russia and Ukraine, because as oil producers, when started fighting, the price skyrocketed of oil and gas and also food. We have also availability of funding as a challenge, bureaucracy as a challenge, lack of data as a challenge, enforcement as a challenge, because you know our country, Uganda, with enforcement organizations, most cases they are corrupt. You've seen it with NEMA. And once enforcers are not well facilitated or well funded, of course they will be victims of being bribed by those who think they can do anything with them. Then we have also the next steps as I wrap up. The next steps, of course, we are saying that let's engage different stakeholders from the ground level all the way civil society, the people, the academia, the youth, community leaders, cultural leaders, to ensure that they embrace these renewables, because there is a challenge of some people fighting these renewables. I've seen cases on the African continent where they've been fighting solar panels. Some cultures believe that if you put a solar panel on top of their roof, it's going to stop rain, which is, of course, factually incorrect. So these are some of the beliefs we have to talk to our people, and they change their mindsets about renewables. We have also lack of political will, because renewables, you need political will. If you have a president who is a climate denier, then it means you're not going to go forward. So that's why we're saying that let's lobby, let's vote for presidents, let's vote for leaders who are climate believers. Let's also vote for MPs who are going to, or politicians, green politicians. Our MPs are here. How often do they talk about climate change on the floor of parliament? So this is a conversation that it should bring on the floor of parliament and their constituencies every day. So also in your houses, think about small things. What comes on your plate? Are you eating more beef? Because the more beef you eat, it means the more land is being cleared. More forests are being cleared. So it means that, of course, because meat emits methane, and methane is worse than CO2. So you've seen the Amazon forest. They are clearing it because of farms. So let's change our diets if possible and become vegetarian to protect our environment. And lastly, as we say, Bloomberg has an article that says that Uganda needs $28.1 billion to help us to adapt to the effects of climate change and cut emissions until the end of 2030. So overall, we want to say that climate change is our immoral imperative. Let's do everything we can as Ugandans to protect the next future generations, because life does not stop with our generation. So let's be thoughtful of each and every one. We thank you.
Thank you for the 5 minutes, Mr. Taylor. Helen, Chicago, 3 minutes, please. We're supposed to start the documentary soon. We actually skipped through our break because of this presentation. So if you come here, please, try to be brief, because people are now coming to watch the documentary. We want to make sure that we respect that time as well. So Helen, Prosy, are you here? Prosy, who else was also present and is not here? Yeah, so Helen, Prosy, then Mr. Sejinja and the team will wrap up. 3 minutes, Helen.
People power. Our power. My name's Helen Nandaula. I'm representing Chicago. Today, I'm presenting one of the most interesting topics in our struggle, and that is the human rights. This topic is not just interesting, but it's also an emotional topic when it comes to the struggle. As I was making my final touches, I thought I needed to say the definition of human rights. The definition of human rights is that human rights are moral principles or norms for certain standards of human behavior and are regularly protected in municipal and international law. Human rights are fundamental rights. We are inherently entitled to our rights because we are human beings. Human rights are universal. Therefore, we should be the same. Therefore, it should be the same for everyone. Human rights go hand in hand with the rule of law. For the case of Uganda, the definition says human rights go hand in hand with the rule of law, but General Museveni has taken that away from Uganda. The idea of human rights suggests if the public discourse of peacetime global society can be said to have a common moral language, therefore that should be the human rights. And that is why we should demand for human rights even from the Western, if we feel like our human rights are being violated. Now I'll start my paper. And my topic today is, the theme of my topic today is the grim reality, unraveling the US-Uganda relationship. And the evolving relationship between the US and Uganda is undergoing scrutiny due to escalation of human rights violations. Recent events that have underscored the need for comprehensive reevaluation with discussions extending to the potential implementation of sanctions, including the cessation of military funding to Uganda. This article delves into the intricate landscape of the US-Uganda relationship, addressing human rights issues and exploring the impacts of punitive measures so far undertaken. The gruesome reality of human rights concerns. Uganda's human rights record is a haunting tapestry of systematic abuses, painting a portrait of disregard for the most basic tenets of human dignity. Instances of political opposition suppression, constraints on free expression, and allegations, but in our case we can say acts of torture that constitutes just a few layers of this disturbing canvas. The aftermath of the 2021 presidential election brought these concerns into a stark relief, with the Ugandan government seemingly unburdened by the weight of its blatant violations. This has further been showcased by the exit of the United Nations Human Human Rights Commission, with its mandate not being renewed by the government of Uganda, which is viewed as a reflection and attitude of the government's response to the increasing scrutiny over abuses such as torture, forced disappearances, abductions, detentions without trial, and rearrests of persons legally released by the courts. Political dissent quashed. The suppression of political dissent in Uganda is a chilling illustration of power's iron grip. Opposition figures face arbitrary arrests, intimidation, and even violence, effectively silencing any attempt to voicing alternative viewpoints. Voicing alternative viewpoints. The erosion of democratic space has left citizens with dwindling avenues to express their concerns or grievances. The freedom of expression strangled. The stifling of freedom of expression has become a hallmark of Uganda's human rights crisis. Journalists, activists, and citizens who dare to criticize the government face censorship, threats, and even physical harm. This pervasive climate of fear chokes the growth of uninformed and empowered society. Torture and extrajudicial killings. I'll outline some of them. Torture and extrajudicial killings, and the sanctions landscape. The proposed advanced sanctions, in light of the persistently grave human rights violations in Uganda, a call for more impactful adverse sanctions has gained momentum. These measures designed to exert substantial pressure on the Ugandan government, and they are aimed at fostering genuine change and accountability. While their implementation carries risks, they represent a potential avenue to address the deeply entrenched repression in the country. These are the economic sanctions. Imposing broader economic sanctions could have, these are the things that we want the US to do. Imposing broader economic sanctions could have a profound impact on the Uganda's government finances and decision making. These sanctions might involve freezing assets, blocking international transactions, and restricting access to global markets. The economic strain would compel the government to reconsider its actions and prioritize the human rights. The second one is the trade restrictions. Implementing trade restrictions, particularly on key commodities and resources, could create substantial leverage by limiting the export and import of specific goods. The Ugandan government would face economic challenges that might lead to a reconsideration of its repressive policies. The third one is the suspension of aid programs. Temporarily suspending certain aid programs could send a powerful message to the Ugandan government. International assistance often contributes significantly to a nation's development and stability. By halting or redirecting aid, the government would be compelled to address human rights concerns to regain access to essential resources. International isolation, coordinated efforts to isolate Uganda on the international stage could amplify the pressure for change. Diplomatic isolation, reduced international partnerships, and even the suspension of membership in international organizations could signal the global community's unwavering commitment to ending repression. The next one is the global arms embargo. Enforcing an international arms embargo on Uganda would hinder a government's ability to maintain its repressive machinery. This measure could curtail the use of excessive force and create an incentive for the government to engage in technology and communication restrictions. Cutting off access to technology and communication resources that enable government surveillance and control could disrupt their mechanisms of repression. This would impede their ability to monitor and suppress political dissent. Freezing foreign investments. Freezing foreign investments in Uganda sectors linked to government officials could lead to economic stagnation and decrease their incentive to perpetuate human rights abuses. Comparing the current sanctions and adverse sanctions, the current targeted sanctions have had limited success in eliciting tangible improvements in Uganda's human rights record. While they signal international condemnation, they may not potent enough to prompt systematic change. In contrast, adverse sanctions would carry a higher risk of economic and political ramifications, potentially affecting both the Uganda government and its citizens. Implementing these more impactful adverse sanctions requires a thoughtful and strategic approach. The US government provided $920 million in 2022, which compounds to the undermining of the efforts towards improving the states in human rights respects in the country. The international community must work collectively to avoid unintended harm to the Ugandan people while holding the government accountable for its actions. Ultimately, the goal should be to create an environment where respect for human rights, democratic values, and the rule of law prevail. In conclusion, as the international community navigates these challenging waters, the focus on justice, human rights, and the well-being of the Ugandan populace must remain paramount. By championing these principles and coordinating collective efforts, the global community can hope to contribute meaningfully to a future where repression gives way to respect and the rights and dignity of all individuals are upheld. Thank you so much.
Thank you for summarizing that presentation. Prosi and our California, if you can both come here at the same time. Mchana Chijoba and your team, Prosi. We have too much California. So I want to have all of you come here because I want all of you to be brief, and then we can have Prosi. Yesterday we talked about federalism, so we have already had a lot about federalism, and I think the professor will give you a lot of points because that's really So Prosi and then Madame Aisha and her team, and then we're going to try to wrap up with our guests. You guys can stand up straight in the meantime, just so that we go through these presentations. And we give everyone an opportunity to present their papers. Thank you.
This is Diaspora TV, your #1 global network.